Okay, we are ready.
So my name is Chenrezig, and it's wonderful to join you from Bendigo by the foothills at the foot of the great stupa of universal compassion to join the other Sangha that who have been conducting these prayers for so long. So I really rejoice in my opportunity. So I'd like to just take a minute to set our motivation, why we are doing this practice this morning. There is an unprecedented level of suffering in the world at the moment, with so much news of how COVID is affecting so many people, particularly in India, Nepal, and Sri Lanka, and other parts of the world that we are possibly not even getting news. So our human vulnerability and fragility and interconnectedness is becoming also obvious. We know that these are our mother sentient beings that are suffering. So we take this opportunity to create great motivation, heartfelt motivation to become enlightened, to free ourselves and others from these sufferings of samsara. For additional inspiration, I'd like to read a little prayer from Rinpoche's recommendation of method to transform a suffering life into happiness. Just the 5 verses from 18 to 22. May I be a savior for those who lack a savior, a guide for all beings who enter a road, a boat, a ship, and a bridge, for those who want to cross the water. May I be an island for those who seek the safe shore of an island, a light for those who want a light, bedding for those who wish for bedding, and for all beings who desire a servant, may I become a servant of them all. May I be a wish-granting jewel and a wish-fulfilling vase, giving rise to whatever is desired, such as food and clothing. Powerful mantra, accomplishing the actions of pacification, increase, and so forth. Great medicine, curing every sickness. A wish-fulfilling tree, satisfying every need. And a wish-granting cow for all beings. Like the 4 great elements, the earth and so forth, and like the sky, may I always be a means of living in every way for the innumerable sentient beings. Likewise, may I be a means of living at all times, in all ways, for the realms of sentient beings, equaling the extent of space, until they all attain the sorrowless state. So we start the prayer of liberating Sakya from disease. We'll imagine that all the Buddhas are bodhisattvas surrounding us and blessing us as we recite these prayers, particularly Thangtong Gyalpo Mahasiddha himself, and remembering that it is none other than our holy Guru. Just imagine all the 6 realm beings around us, particularly our mother of this life on our left, and the father on our right, and all our loved ones, family and friends, male on our right and females on our left, and all the strangers, all the people who are affected by COVID from all corners of this world, and various other wars, famine, separation, trauma, all the myriad ways that we are suffering at the moment in these degenerate times are around us. And they are all taking refuge with us in the Buddha, Dharma, and the Sangha that are the true saviors, true refuges. So we'll do the prayer. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and the dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So with that, we'll imagine Chenrezig, 1,000-armed Chenrezig above our heads. And from Chenrezig's heart, myriad of lights, very strong light go out, invoking all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas from all the past, present, and future, 3-time Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, energies coming into Chenrezig above our head. And from Chenrezig's heart, as we recite the Om Mani Padme Hum mantra of Chenrezig, nectar streams above onto all the sentient beings around us and purifying all the negativities, negative karma, the causes of this current suffering and all the afflictions. With this visualization, we will recite Om Mani Padme Hum for about 10 minutes. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Padme Hum, Mani 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 Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Padme Hum, Mani 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 Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. With that, imagine that all the sentient beings are completely purified through the power of Chenrezig's blessings. So with that, we'll recite the actual prayer of the liberating Sakya from disease. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of this world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, although they had been placed in, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, that's 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of these four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of this world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in these realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life and good health and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in these realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferences, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferences, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferences, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and the guardians, and by the power of the truth of infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the powers of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and the guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. We'll do it 2 more times to make it 7 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferences, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the powers of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and the guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings. As though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death, may all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferences, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we'll recite to finish off His Holiness the Dalai Lama's long life prayer after dedication prayer. Gevadi nududa lama sange dudune devati kamalupat gigala sopa sho. Jamchu semcho rinpoche ma ke panam ge guchi ke panyam pa me payan kong ne kong du palwa sho. Kangri rave kove shinkam de pandang deva malu jungwe ne Chenrezig Tensen Gatso Ye Shape Site Badu Tengu Shri. By the might of seas of spiritual masters, deities, and doctrine protectors, by the power of profound dependent arising, and the unwavering emptiness of all that appears, may all the hopes of our prayers with effortless ease be spontaneously fulfilled.
Hello, Venerable Electron. How are you?
I'm very well.
Lovely
Nice
to
see
meet
your
you.
face. Yes, absolutely.
I don't think we've crossed paths yet, so it's lovely to
No,
see.
we haven't. It's nice to see your face and put a face to the emails that have been coming through. And thank you for all your hard work.
No, thank you for joining. It's it's hard work is only hard work when you struggle with it. And what is quite nice is if you have a wonderful community that supports every part of your effort. So it makes for light work. Okay, sometimes it's like gardening. Sometimes it rains, sometimes it's a bit cold, and you have to deal with it. But no, it's wonderful. Thank you very much. And did I hear you say you're at Bendigo?
I am in Bendigo. I'm although I have been living in Sri Lanka, but I haven't been unable to return. So I'm very fortunate. I really rejoice. I'm sort of protected from a lot of the hardships. Had I been in Sri Lanka at this particular time, they have gone into another lockdown. So
yeah, it's mad, isn't it? How the world is currently out of balance. How things it's really bizarre because in many ways I count myself lucky that I got my second jab this week.
Oh, wonderful!
But it's wonderful in one way, but then you look at how things are going and how it's being done. Because some countries were very much accused of vaccine nationalism. Just buying everything up and not sharing it. So that is quite sad. And then particularly when you see brothers and sisters in across Asia and India and Nepal, you know, and
Absolutely.
you know, also Brazil and the Africas. It's just mad, you know. You feel like, and then of course they're talking here about maybe giving a third jab in autumn, and you're like, really? I
Right.
thought 2 was supposed to be enough, yet we're not free to travel, you know, as well. So it seems really weird, you know, how we, you know, we can't share, because, you know, you would think there's enough now to hand on to others. But hopefully, you know, I like sometimes to think about it, that what we see, you know, when you deal with an infection, sometimes a wound heals very quickly, but then under the wound, there's still some stuff left, and it builds up pus. I like to think that what we see right now is just the buildup of pus, and we just have to lance the wound and let it all come out, you know. But hopefully, you know,
yeah,
get this under
certainly
control
things
soon.
are exposed, aren't they? There is nothing hidden anymore.
No.
You know, our human nature fully exposed. So that's what we have to deal with. Like you said, the pus is out.
Yeah. So hopefully we can start the healing now.
Yeah.
So
I hope so.
So is Bendigo open to public? Because Australia is pretty all right, isn't it? So you got
we are
many.
okay.
You got
We are okay. Yeah, we are open to the public. So that's wonderful. There's many things being planned. People are visiting, and personally, you know, I'm very much about connecting with the Sri Lankan community, the Theravadan community here. So I have been able to do that. There's lots of things happening within
wonderful.
the stupa grounds. There's going to be a Theravada Sri Lankan style temple, which is going to be wonderful. Yeah, it's very
a
much
great vision, isn't it? It's Ian Green whose family.
That's right.
Is behind all that. Yeah, no, I briefly spoke to him a few years ago, briefly on the phone for something. I don't.
Yeah.
And
no,
it seems such a wonderful project, and that was before they put the final bit on top, you know. But I think it's just primarily now decorating, isn't it? That's left to do.
Well, when you say decorating,
in terms of, you know, doing the fine artwork.
Well, they're building a room dedicated to each Buddha. So it's sort of like that's quite an extensive amount of work to be done, but it is decoration if you look at it that way.
Yeah.
It's the internal work.
Yeah. Oh wow. So hopefully, you know, I mean, it's a wonderful project to think even that size in the West to come together. You know, I mean, it's
just so inspirational to see that a vision like that could come together. So it is quite amazing.
And it's also good, you know, in a way, in a good way, I envy you and all the other Sangha members that can be there and just sort of be part of that early history. So now, you know, well done. So it's a memory you definitely can take with you, you know, for many years and many lifetimes. Oh, bless you. I hope I see you again, Venerable. And, you know, have a wonderful day. And my love to everyone over there.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye. I think we have Margot on the Chenrezig side, have we? Hello, Margot. How are you?
Hello, I'm good, thank you.
Oh, bless you. Know, it's wonderful to see you. We don't always catch up anymore. It's really so bit busy. So it's wonderful to have you back. And thank you very much for keep us on track. It seems to go well today. Remember, we had this odd gremlin 2 weeks ago, didn't we? God knows why. With YouTube, I think there was a YouTube connection that wasn't quite working well a couple of weeks ago. But we seem to be on. Yeah, don't worry, it's done now. It's in the past. It was just really curious, you know, that we had a very quick take up on leads for the prayers, and for whatever reason we encountered the tech side, which is so unusual because what Chenrezig has done for us for the last 45 weeks, we never had a problem. So it was really odd, but you allowed a little gremlin anyway. So thank you very much for looking after us so well. And my love to all the team. Okay. Yes, you have me now for hour and a half. So thank you very much, everyone who joined us online. If you're joining us on YouTube or on Zoom, live or later as a recording, thank you very much. We hope you find benefit in these prayer sessions. If you're a regular viewer, you're welcome. Welcome back, should I say. And if you're joining us for the very first time, just enjoy. Don't feel you have any obligation to fully take part. If it's just for you to have a little bit of peace and quiet fun from the hustle and bustle of the modern world, and we're not trying to convert you, even if, you know, when you're from a different spiritual or faith connection. So it's perfectly all right. So yeah, we had Venerable Lectron just before. Thank you if you watched us then. It's wonderful to make these connections from us as a Sangha, and because pre-COVID, many of the communities you sometimes heard of. If you were one of the traveling Sangha, you sometimes went there. But for the majority of us, we never had a chance to really interact. So prayerathon from a practitioner's point of view has been really beneficial for the monastic community to make these connections and to be able to get a little view in what's going on in other parts of the world. We have, as I said, we had Venerable Lectern just now from Bendigo. We had our Venerable Deshin. I think she's still over there on retreat. She did Kora around the Great Stupa and showed us the inside to Jade Buddha. We have had our Venerable Sarah in Kathmandu, doing the Stupa Buddha, or when she was at Maratika, did show us around there. So it's always been a very, very interesting, session here and there. So it keeps everything fresh. And of course, we have some really wonderful leads, across the 24 hours worthwhile tuning in. So if you're switching in on a regular basis. Okay, let's take a few moments just to settle the mind. Also, depending what time it is, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. So in the UK, we have 1 o'clock in the morning. And that's quite all right. I like these hours. It's usually nice and peaceful. You don't have all the hustle and bustle of traffic around. So we take a few deep breaths. And just focus on your breathing. You may count your breaths. You may use the channels, 9-1 breathing, depending what you're familiar with. Just settle your mind, settle your breathing. And let's just consider why we're here today. We may be here because of our practice and the instructions we have received from Lama Zopa to recite Thangtong Gyalpo's prayer for 24 hours every week for the benefit of all sentient beings to combat the effects of the pandemic. You may be here because you just wish to take part in the practice and see what it entails. You may be here because you want to say prayers for loved ones, family, friends who've either died or been affected by COVID. You may yourself have been affected in various ways, either been ill or suffered hardships over the years with all the lockdowns. Excuse me for a second. Pardon me. And you may just want to get away and have sort of half an hour, or whatever time you can spend, less or more, just to be away, be somewhat peaceful. Might just be you've been locked away or isolated, should I say. Locked away sounds so wrong, but feeling locked away with all the isolations. That it's nice to be just part of a community, even if it's online, that you feel you can belong to, you can feel included, thought of. And these are all valid reasons. And it's lovely to think that you feel comfortable being here and join us in these prayers. It doesn't matter what what creed you follow, whether you're Buddhist, whether you're Christian, you're Muslim, whether you're Jewish, whether you have no particular faith, doesn't matter. Soul Luna says, don't, if there's something in Buddhism, you don't have to be a Buddhist. If it benefits your life, then please take it. So you're all welcome. We don't discriminate. From my perspective, I like to think from motivation's point of view, that we set the motivation for this practice. And there are always a few verses from the King of Prayers that I like to recite when I get a chance, particularly in the longer sessions. And they can also be, seen more as universal. One is the setting of the great compassion of Bodhicitta. The mind to help all sentient beings to acknowledge the community, to acknowledge our teachers, but also set the motivation of what help we can offer. So if you just keep on breathing and keep nice and calm within. May I ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wanderers in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor and never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Limitless is the end of space. Likewise, limitless are living beings. Thus, limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. And as we have quite a bit of time today, we can also recite the four immeasurables to again help with the generation of bodhicitta. May all beings enjoy happiness and the causes of happiness. May I cause them to be happy. May all beings be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May I cause them to be free of suffering. May all beings never be apart from the supreme bliss which is free of all suffering. May all sentient beings live in the great equanimity, free from the attachment and aversion that keeps some close and others distant. If you visualize in the space in front of us, our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig. If you have the initiations, please feel free to self-generate. If not, just visualize the Guru in the space in front or just above the crown of your head. If you're following us from a different faith, just visualize the deity that you most closely associate with the great love and compassion, either in the space in front or above the crown of your head. If you're joining us from a spiritual path in which you feel comfortable in engaging with deities as such, please visualize a clear light in the space in front above the crown of your head. And let that light be filled with love and compassion. Visualize how light emanates from the Guru in all 10 directions. And each light beam of the Guru finds one of the infinite number of sentient beings wherever they are across the 6 realms. They may be nearby or in the furthest corners of the universe. If it is easier for you to visualize those beings in the human form, for we wish them all to be enlightened. And each light beam of the Guru enters those beings through the crown of their heads, filling them with love and compassion and purifying light nectar, which cleanses away all negative karma and delusions of past lifetimes. And as the light pours in, it cleanses atom by atom, the spaces between those atoms. And we can feel ourselves how refreshing, how rejuvenating the purifying process is. How we start to have the weight lifted from all those past negative actions of body, speech, and mind that so as weight down on us, weight down on other sentient beings. And again, recognizing that it's because of what we thought, what we said, and what we've done to others that we have caused harm to those beings. And in return, set the seed for our own suffering. And we regret those actions, and we ask all those beings for forgiveness for what we have done. And we promise to transform ourselves so that we may be more of service and benefit to those beings, to help them be free from suffering. And by doing so, we plant the seeds for positive karma to arrive and merit to grow. We invite all Mother Sentient Beings to join us now in taking refuge in the Guru. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having called upon our Mother Sentient Beings to join us in taking refuge, the Guru is pleased that so many have taken up the call and joined. And as the Guru smiles, we can feel how the purifying process intensifies. And even more and more of the negative karma in our system is being purified, burned away, revealing more and more of our true nature, which is the essence of the Buddha, our own Buddha nature. And as more and more light fills our body, we begin to glow atom by atom and even the space between those atoms. And again, recognizing that body, speech, and mind, represented by Om, have been the causes for so much problem, in past lifetimes, not just for ourselves, but for other sentient beings. And we need to transform these actions into the essence of the holy body, speech, and mind of the Guru, also represented in Om. But in order to do that, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padma, and combine them in Om so that we can transform to the purest state and be of maximum benefit to all other sentient beings. So as we recite the Mani mantra, keep on visualizing how you exchange light with the Guru, how you begin to glow more and more. And as we become more and more purified, we not only exchange ourselves with the Guru, but with more and more of the other sentient beings, wherever they are. And likewise, these beings exchange themselves with the Guru and with us, and all other sentient beings. We become one source of purifying light, one source of compassion. We become all one with the Guru. And as more and more beings join, we become brighter and brighter, dispelling more and more of the darkness that is negative karma and delusions of the mind. And like a bright beacon, we shine for those who are still lost in the darkness, so that they may find a way out. We're reciting the Mani mantra a few times out loud, and then we do about 10 rounds on breath, which should take us about sort of 10-ish minutes. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme 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 Keep on visualizing. Are you exchanging yourselves with all Mother Sentient beings and the Guru? Keep on feeling how you purify more and more through the great loving purifying light nectar that you receive from the Guru and all the sentient beings. And likewise, how you keep returning it, to the Guru and other beings back, the benefit you receive from that. Keep on visualizing how you exchange more and more with the other sentient beings in the Guru. And as more and more sentient beings join in the purifying, we become one light source. More and more we merge together as light. More and more we become one as compassion. More and more we become one with the Guru. We are one Buddha nature. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Padme Hum, Mani 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 Padme Hum. Having acknowledged our mistakes through body, speech, and mind of our beginningless lifetimes, having asked forgiveness from other sentient beings that we caused harm to throughout all those times, having taken refuge in the Guru and the Buddha, and having recited many Mani mantras, exchanging ourselves with the Buddha and all other sentient beings, we have visualized ourselves now as purified and in the aspect of a true Buddha nature. And holding on to that pure state for as long as possible, ideally, at least for the duration of these prayers, where we now practice for the benefit of all those sentient beings who still need to be liberated from the suffering. And in order to achieve maximum results, we also invite the Great Mother Tara to join us. And the recitation of the Tara mantra has been recommended by His Holiness the Dalai Lama. And the Great Mother is always ready to help and jump into action to help her children overcome obstacles and remove obstacles. If you visualize the Great Mother in the space in front of us, emerald green in color, and light radiating from her body in all 10 directions, finding each of the infinite number of sentient beings. Why do we need to have obstacles removed when we're pure? We purified ourselves, but obstacles can still arise if we waver or if other interfering factors take place. So we want to make sure that, we work in the best possible way. And even if you have a highly trained surgeon, you want to make sure that the operating theater has all the equipment it needs. There's no clutter. Has also all the instruments it needs for performing the surgery. So we're just expanding our team to get the best possible result for all mother sentient beings. And as we recite the mantra Om Tara Tutara Tura Soha, remember again that Om represents the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of Tara. Tara liberates from samsara. Tutara liberates from the 8 fears of ignorance, hatred, attachment, pride, jealousy, wrong view, doubt, and miserliness. And Tura liberates from the diseases and illnesses, both physical and mental. So what we're going to do, because we have still quite a bit of time, so we're going to do several rounds of the Tara mantra. First, for the benefit of all sentient beings. So one round for all mother sentient beings, that all obstructions may be removed. Actually, should we do 3? We do 3. Let's do 3 rounds. 1 for body, 1 for speech, 1 of mind, for any obstacles that arise in those aspects. Om Tare Tutare Turusoha, 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 Om Tare Tutare. Om Tare Tutare. Om Tare Tutare, Om Tare Tutare, Om Tare. Om Tare Tutare Turusoha, Om Tare Tutare, Om Tare Tutare, Om Tare Tutare, Om Tare Tutare, Om Tare Tutare. Om Tare Tutare Turusoha, Om Tare Tutare. Om Tare Tutare Turusoha. So that was one recitation for obstructions of the body. Now we do another round of Tara mantras to clear any obscurations of speech. Om Tare Tutare Turusoha, Om Tare Tutare Turusoha, Om Tare Tutare Turusoha, Om Tare Tutare. Om Tare Tutare Turusoha, Om Tare Tutare Turusoha, Om Tare. Om Tare Tutare Turusoha, Om Tare Tutare Turusoha, Om Tare Tutare. Om Tare Tutare Turusoha. And we do now one more for clearing obscurations of, so we've done body, speech, now it's mind. Tare tutare turisua, tare tutare turisua, tare tutare turisua, tare tutare. So having done body, speech, and mind for all sentient beings to have obscurations removed, may we now do one more recitation of the Dharma mantra, and we dedicate that one to the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Tare tutare turusuha, 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 tare turusuha, tare turusuha, tare turusuha, Tare tutare 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 turusuha. Tare tutare turusuha, 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 tare tutare turusuha. Tare tutare turusuha, tare tutare turusuha, tare tutare turusuha. Tare tutare turusuha, Okay, so having purified ourselves, having recited the Tara mantra to clear any obstacles that may arise throughout the practice. Having basically prepared the surroundings, where we now invite the guardians to join us. And if you listened to me before, you know that I do welcome the guardians in various aspects. If you haven't dealt with the guardians before, you know, and despite their appearance, you know, don't judge them purely on their appearance. The guardians, although they may look wrathful and ferocious, they are important family members. They may be a bit like the disciplinarian, if you want to look at it that way. Like a mother's face can be very sweet and kind. If we do something really ridiculously stupid and dangerous to ourselves or others, our mother's face can turn very quickly from very kind to very stern. So, and if you consider, you know, the wrathful and fierce, ferocious aspect, really in that context, that those guardians really are there to keep us on the straight and narrow, to protect us from our own stupidity of body, speech, and mind, our own actions that may cause harm to ourselves and other beings. But likewise, they also will step in to protect us from harm from outside forces. So we should really embrace them for who they are, and not sort of, you know, look down on them in many ways. So we invite Vajrapani, Dr. Vajrapani, for the recitation of the Vajra Mantra. We're also calling on Black Manjushri to join us. So if we visualize a dark blue, ferocious looking dark blue Vajrapani in the space in front of us. His feet are stretched out, and in his hands he holds a Vajra on the right and his necklace on the left. His body is ablaze with transcendental wisdom fire. And from his body are admitted fire garudas, iron scorpions, black pigs, wind, fire, and noxious vapors of poisonous gases, which like violent winds and hailstorms destroy all diseases, epidemics, spirit harms, and interferers. Those of you who've listened to me before, you know what's coming. If not, interferers. Why do we want to destroy interferers? If they're beings, where's the benefit? And that's what His Holiness reminds us of. We shouldn't really set out to destroy the being. So because there's not, what's really the benefit in destroying the being? But it acts in the nature of what is programmed to do. What we're trying to destroy are the seeds, the root causes of the motivation, the seeds of the motivation that drives the being to act a certain way, and therefore creating harm to others and itself. We want to help transform that situation and the motivation into something beneficial for the being and and others. So that's what we're trying to destroy. Let's recite the Vajra mantra. Visualize you're putting on a suit of armor. Actually, we're about to battle with the pandemic or other causes of suffering, or if you think about the clinical environment, a surgical gown. The function of that is to protect yourself from outside forces that you may pick up from the patient or the battlefield. But likewise, you don't want to infect the patient with anything that you forgot to purify thoroughly, or maybe didn't wash your hands enough, or anything that may come off. So, and as you put it on with concentration, and with the intention of really preparing for the main event. And that is the recitation of the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer for the benefit of all sentient beings to eradicate the suffering that comes through the pandemic and other forms of suffering. Om Vajapet, Om Padmasvari Ped, Nibashina Gananta, Savarita, Hana Vajana, Raksha Raksha Soha, Om Vajapet, Om Padmasvari Ped, Nibashina Gananta, Savarita, Hana Vajana, Raksha Raksha Soha, Om Vajapet, Om Padmasvari Ped, Nibashina Gananta, Savarita, Hana Vajana, Raksha Raksha Soha. Om Vajapet, Om Padmasvari Ped, Nibashina Gananta, Savarita, Hana Vajana, Raksha Raksha Soha. Om Vajapet, Om Padmasvari Ped, Nibashina Gananta, Savarita, Hana Vajana, Raksha Raksha Soha. Om Vajapet, Om Padmasvari Ped, Nibashina Gananta, Savarita, Hana Vajana, Raksha Raksha Soha. Om Vajapet, Om Padmasvari Ped, Nibashina Gananta, Savarita, Hana Vajana, Raksha Raksha Soha. So having done the armor, we now call upon Black Manjushri to join the team. Why? What do we need Black Manjushri? Well, the surgeon doesn't act on his own. He has a team around him. He has his assistants. He has nurses, one on the clean side with the sterile equipment, those who handle the dirty stuff on the other side and account for that. You have all the cleaners and everyone else. But likewise, if you go into battle, you have a field medic with you just in case something gets through the armor. So we visualize now Black Manjushri, restful face and 3 eyes. In his 2 hands, he holds a scripture in the left and a sword in the right. He's adorned with precious bone ornaments and stands in the midst of mass of fire. And flames of clear light emanate from his heart, pervading inside and outside of our bodies, the bodies of all other sentient beings, purifying all negative karma, obstructions, sickness, spirits, dangers, and burning away all black magic, curses, and so forth. Om tam chu chu su du chu su du mi su ning go la cha ka la ja kam sham tam pe pe su ha om tam chu chu su du chu su du mi su ning go la cha ka la ja kam sham tam pe pe su ha om tam chu chu su du chu su du mi su ning go la cha ka la ja kam sham tam pe pe su ha om tam chu chu su du chu su du mi su ning go la cha ka la ja kam sham tam pe pe su ha Dum chu chu su du chu su du mi su ningu la chu ka la cha kam sham dum be be su dum chu chu su du chu su du mi su ningu la chu ka la cha kam sham dum be be su. Okay, now having assembled our team, we are reciting the main prayer, the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer, and let's see how we do. If we should get maybe 6 recitations. Maybe see how we get on. Maybe do a few more. It's such a nice, peaceful time to do the prayers. And we'll look what happens. 10, 3, 6. Yeah, what we might do actually, if we recite for 3 times for each of the 6 realms, we have the time. So if we by the 6 realms, well, we want to free all sentient beings, particularly in the lower realms, from the sources of suffering. Want them to be free, but also, though we recite for the main objective is COVID and other sources of suffering, and other suffering also exists in the other realms. So we can recite for body, speech, and mind. So through recitation. And then we should have the time to do really the 6 realms. So we should get 18 recitations in. And then we'll work it from there. We'll do that really with the purest of intentions to benefit all sentient beings. And we do that with a pure heart. That's the important thing. If you don't want to recite, that many prayers, that's perfectly all right. If you say, okay, do 2 or 3, but however many recitations you do it with a pure heart and with the purest of motivations. That is really the key. Otherwise, we're just reciting words. And, it's like meditation. Kandrila once said beautifully, she said, sitting still on a cushion, just sitting still is not meditation. A bird can sit still on its branch. That's just sitting still. What do we want from meditation? We want transformation. And that always, was a really, really poignant sort of comment she made. And it's true for the prayers as well. If we just recite words. It's like singing along in a karaoke bar or something like that. But make it count, So thank you very much. So maybe do the first recitation for the Helm realm. So we do first 3 for the Helm realm. Helm realm is driven by, by the suffering of aggression. So we want to stop the suffering that comes from anger and aggression. All the diseases that are in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the arms of grasped sinners and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 with spirits of Amsani, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay. May all the disease that sad in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the midst, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names therefore beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Just want to draw your attention to the last paragraph we sort of recited. By the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians. That's on top of the Gurus and the three jewels. So we have recited, did recite Tara, Dakinis, and the Dharma protectors and guardians. So having them on board is really of benefit, because even Thangtong Gyalpo acknowledged in there. So, okay, one more time for the final recitation for the beings of the hell realm, that they may be freed from suffering and its causes. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the midst, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So this is the recitation done for the hell beings. For the hell realm, may we now recite for the beings in the predator realm, the hungry ghosts. Hungry ghosts, due to their nature, the way they're represented with a very small mouth and bloated stomach, they can't get enough. They can't get enough food in. They're always searching. They need more. So the predators represent sort of aspect of greed. The dissatisfaction, always wanting more. So maybe suffer. Maybe ease the suffering and eradicate the suffering for those beings who are driven by unquenchable thirst and hunger for more. Okay, so again we do 3 recitations of the main prayer, and okay, again we're thinking about the suffering that may occur in those realms with body, speech, and mind. So hence the 3 recitations. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the midst, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names therefore beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. by the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Second time. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, it means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. With the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, final time for the prayerathon. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, the like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, and it means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, so we do the third of the lower realms, which is the animal realm. And animal realm, if you think about, how animals are being used and abused by humans in many ways, and in many ways. A certain degree of ignorance is applied to the animal before it cannot change its situation in that way. And, it is a representation how if we're tinted by ignorance, it's very difficult to find a way out. So for all beings who exist within the animal realm, may they be freed from the sources of from the source of suffering that affects them in that realm. To do 3 recitations there. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, and it means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, second time. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, it remains not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are, May all embodiments be harmed by acute chronic and epidemic diseases. May sons with names terrified beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clans of interferers, the 360 with spirits and harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. With the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So, third and final time for the animal realm. May all the diseases that sad the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sons of whose names stand for beings, so they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 with spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. With the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So this is okay. The lower realms, animal realm done. So we now reciting for the higher realms, demigods, gods, and humans. I won't leave the humans, human side, our realm, to the end, so that we can bring it back to the COVID. So if you think about the gods, the devas, how they really enjoy a life of luxury, and really live in extreme comfort, and ultimately they will die, but they live long lives, and they sort of get just carried away within that lifestyle and the bliss that goes with that, totally unaware of the suffering that occurs somewhere else. And if we look at the world right now, we can see that also happening, many ways. How many more billionaires are being put on the Forbes rich list? I think the latest was 400 extra billionaires a year. Crikey! I mean, just to get a, if you think about how hard work it is for you to just make 100,000, even if you earn 100,000 a year, 10 of those make 1,000,000. Another 1,000, 1,000 times that, 10,000 years to make a billion, and some of them have more than that. I mean, it's just obscene. There's I think they said something like 2,500 billionaires around the world now. Extra 400 just in the last year. I mean, the good you could do. Look at the suffering in this world. And then, of course, who do they trust? Who wants my riches? There's suffering in those realms as well. We always think it's the sunny side. The less you have, the less people can take away. Actually, your life is much more simpler, probably more earnest. So for those beings who live in those realms, may all the diseases that say in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, it means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clans of interferers, the 360 with spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, May all these dedications and prayers be pardon me. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, bears, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, it remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clans of interferers, the 360 which spits at them suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the power by the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So one last time for the God realm. May the suffering in that realm be ceased. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases. Start this again. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a minute, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 which spits at harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So that was the God realm. So we do speed up a little bit because took my time a little bit at the beginning, so I'm just catching up. So we did the demigods. Demigods really also similar to the God realm. Again, long lives, but quite jealous of the lifestyle that the other gods have. So they're a little bit more jealous and aggressive on that note. So again, they still, you think you're living in realms of bliss, but there can still be dissatisfaction. So again, for that, we pray that suffering in those realms can also be ceased. All the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, they're like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, it means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 which spits at them suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, it remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 which spits at harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So one last time for the demigods. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of grasp, its innocence, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the sound of whose names therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. We're now reciting the prayer for the human realm. Human realm is seen to be the one we're in, to be the one most suitable for reaching enlightenment, because we just have the right balance of suffering to keep us motivated, keep us on our toes, and also from the motivation point of view that we can get out, and the intellect to get out of these cycles of suffering. So in the light of COVID, maybe particularly dedicated to the suffering of diseases such as COVID, but all other sources of suffering, such as those occurred by the exposure of having to see the suffering, full on, be it because you are in an area where there's a lot of, sickness. If you think about India, Nepal, Brazil, Africa, where the mortality right now is, a huge amount of people dying, and the funeral pyres just keep on burning non-stop. When you see that every day, it must leave a mark. Or if you're at frontline in the health service, or you cared for somebody, or you may have just lost your job because of your company having had a economical impact, really, with global trade being suddenly shut down with all the lockdowns. So whatever sources of relief you need, may you be given those resources to rebuild your life into a happy state. May those who are sick be restored to good health. And may those who have died be reborn in favorable conditions. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of grasp, its illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names serve beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of grasp, its illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the kings, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, final time. Really from the bottom of your heart, may all suffering cease, and may all beings be restored to good health and well-being. May all the diseases that say in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grasp, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of rage and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the kings, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, so that completes the main prayer. If we go for dedications, no, we have a few minutes left. That's okay. May we dedicate to the benefit of all mother sentient beings. May all sentient beings be free from suffering and its causes, and may we be the cause for them to be free of suffering and enjoy the happiness that is free from suffering. May all sentient beings live long and healthy lives, meet the Buddha Dharma, and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May they never be separated from a guru in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the precious Sangha, who so diligently, through studies and teachings, and living the vows, dedicate so much and to keeping the flame of the Dharma alive. Not just our tradition, but other traditions as well. May we dedicate also to the Sangha community currently suffering the effects of COVID. May they be restored to good health. And those who pass beyond, may they be born in favorable conditions. May the Sangha never be separated from the Dharma in this and all future lifetimes. May they never be separate from a virtuous friend to guide them in this and all future lifetimes. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible in this and all future lifetimes. May we enjoy the company wherever we go. May we dedicate to the wonderful lay community who also kindly supports the Sangha in so many different ways by giving their time to help at events or volunteer at centers to ensure that they can run, offering their expertise and money to ensure that projects can come off the ground, cost of centers being met, publications be printed, charitable project can flourish. May they never be separated from the Dharma and the Sangha community. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible and live long and healthy lives, and this in all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to our precious Gurus who guided us from our early steps on the path to where we are now, preparing us, for the lifetimes ahead, to instill a decent routine and understanding without judging, just wanting us to reach enlightenment. May all our Gurus live long and healthy lives and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we never be separated from them in this and all future lifetimes, and can rely on their guidance and wisdom. maybe particularly to dedicate to His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, a great beacon of love and compassion to all sentient beings. Despite having been in exile for 62 years, he still advocates dialogue over violence and love and compassion for all beings. May his Holiness wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may we see him one day be reunited with his people in Tibet. May he live a long and healthy life. May we benefit from his wisdom and guidance in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who has tasked us with his great vision to do these prayers on a 24-hour basis to benefit all sentient beings. And by doing so, engaging us much more deeply in the practices, not just for our own sake, but for the benefit of other sentient beings. May Lama Zopa live a long and healthy life. May all his wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May we never be separated from his wisdom and guidance in this and all future lifetimes. Due to all those virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from its own side, so their own side, to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. The long life prayers for His Holiness and Lama Zopa. Gangri Rawe Kawe Shinkante Pendang Deva Malu Jungwe Ne Chenrezig Tenzing Gyatso Yi Shape Site Badu. Thank you, Ochi. Tup Chil Chang Xing Yam Gyung Gyewe Tenzing Kan Pelwe Kun Zo Dok Po Tse Chok Som Kewe Lek Mun Tu Tu Padak Sok Dul Je Gun Du Shap Ten Shu. Thank you, everyone who joined us, me online in this session, be it on Zoom or on YouTube. May you find benefit in these sessions, whether you're watching live or at recording later on at a convenient time for you. If you are struggling with what life has to throw at you, you're always welcome here. But if life is too much, don't make any permanent decisions on temporary problems. This pandemic will end and problems will end. So if you're really, really struggling, recognize you're not alone out there, and please do seek, relevant advice either from your doctors or lifelines, whatever you have available to you. I want to thank everyone, behind the scenes who makes these events possible. The wonderful team at Chenrezig Institute for hosting us so diligently from day one. By making sure that we can screen on YouTube and Zoom. And they do that for 24 hours, despite the fact that Chenrezig is a busy center. So thank you very much, anyone over there, for all your hard work. Thank you to everyone in the office who, looks into, publicizing these events, doing the, the marketing when we had the little posters go around and things like that. All the hard work, all the unsung heroes and all the wonderful Sangha who join me, week in, week out on these wonderful sessions, and to create this community and welcoming environment for anyone who wants to join us. So a big thank you to everyone out there. Much love. And I think we're waiting for Venerable Tony. Do we have any news on Venerable Tony and Margot? I just caught her off guard. Poor girl. Let's have a look. No, nothing yet. Okay. Yes, there's also, if you look in the, while these sessions are free, to all, there's certain costs obviously involved with making sure that we can do the 24-hour hosting, and so if there's a little link in the YouTube description for funding, if you have a few pennies spare and you can put them in the pot, that would be great and much appreciated to ensure that the hosting can continue. But again, this is all on a as you can basis. And I see Venerable Tony is just coming on screen, and he just had a wonderful retreat, and look, he's smiling, he's brimming from ear to ear. And that's always lovely to see when people come really refreshed and happy and give you this wonderful, loving environment to now carry on with. How are you, Venerable Tony?
All right, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. It's 2:30 in the morning. Great time. No noise, no kids screaming in the neighborhood, no loud music, no traffic. Perfect.
You're not going to the beach after the session?
Well, I'll meet you afterwards, and then I might go then. Do night surf.
Okay. Have a good night's sleep or good morning sleep.
Oh, well, I'll catch you after. I'll take over from you. I'll do
another one.
Yeah.
How many sessions are you doing this time?
Oh, I haven't got a clue. I haven't got a clue. Who's counting? Who's counting? No. You know what? It's nice. It's really nice to catch up across the board. And again, I count my blessings. There may be a time when I don't have the opportunity to dip in and out, as flexible as I can be right now. So, sooner or later, other other commitments, I should say, other commitments will come up. And I'm lucky. I'm lucky that I have the flexibility right now. And I know that we have quite a few on Nungni retreats and other retreats right now. So it's nice to help them out. Look at it. Yeah. If I can cover them, it's beautiful. Anyway, if I wouldn't, have filled in, I wouldn't have spoken to you just now, Tony.
All right. Okay.
All right. Good. I hand over to you. See you at the other end.
Okay. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, then good to cultivate a wholesome motivation to engage in the session. And perhaps we can be thinking along the lines that this is Sakadawa time, particularly the Sakadawa day falls on this coming Wednesday, the 26th. And this is the time, the duration of time that celebrates the Buddha's enlightenment, but also not only the enlightenment, but also his birth and his passing. So a very important time, and we can think even in terms of how it is at Bodh Gaya, where he became manifested enlightenment, is the most holy of Buddhist pilgrimage places. So then this time is clearly very, very significant, a time to really to reflect on our lives as Buddhists. And here we can be thinking along the line that real lifeblood of Buddhism, and particularly Mahayana Buddhism, is the cultivation of the mind of compassion, the wish to remove others from suffering. And when it's developed to its fullest extent, then it's the mind of bodhicitta, the aspiration to reach enlightenment in order to remove all beings from suffering. So our business here now is to develop this mind of compassion and to generate an awareness of that, the Buddha's enlightenment and his birth and then his passing, and how all this was characterized by compassion. And the message in his life to us is the importance that we should also cultivate the mind of compassion, developed as a central thing in our life, as the quality of compassion. And to be thinking here that it's often said that in the beginning, compassion, the beginning of spiritual practice, of our engaging in spiritual practice, compassion is like a seed, because it gives rise to spiritual practice. And in the middle, it is like the sunshine and the rain, because it's that which nurtures our spiritual practice. And in the end, it's said to be like the fruit, because you attain the full state of enlightenment, and thereby you are best placed to be able to manifest compassion effortlessly to benefit all beings. So clearly, compassion from this point of view is very, very central in Buddhist practice. And so here, when we have the situation in the world with COVID-19, this is a reminder to us of the importance to practically put into mind, to really be thinking about others, to remove the focus from oneself and one's own problems and troubles and so on, to generate an awareness, an expansive awareness to include all beings. And thereby, when cultivating that mind, we accomplish our own purpose, our purpose being to develop a mind of compassion so that we can be of greatest benefit to others. And so here you can think about how it is that this compassion mind that we're trying to develop is one that is directed towards all beings without exception. If we abandon one being, give up compassion towards one being, we can't develop the mind of bodhicitta, we can't become Mahayana Buddhist. So we have to embrace the well-being of all beings. And so here it is the case that what we see and hear about COVID-19 and how it affected so many different people from all the continents of this earth, from all the different cultures and nations and religions or non-religions, all these different, no matter who it is, all beings can be affected by COVID-19. It may manifest in different ways. Perhaps we could say that the young people are less affected by it than old people. But still, even young people have died as a result of it. And even young people, of course, then they lose those people who are close to them, their parents, as a result of it. So this manifestation of COVID-19 then is the opportunity for us to try to generate the awareness, really try to put in practice within our own mind, the practical application within our own mind of generating compassion to embrace all beings, to not reject anyone. And so that includes, of course, those people who've died as a result of it, those who are currently very sick as a result of it, then those who are affected by it in different ways, the people who are carers, those who may have lost their jobs, those who are very anxious as a result of COVID-19, those whose lives are genuinely conditioned by the idea of pleasure. And then when COVID-19 has manifested in certain countries, restrictions are placed on their lives. And so they feel a lot of pain that they can't any longer experience pleasure. And then, of course, other people affected as a result of COVID-19 economically. Economically affects the country, economically it affects people's jobs, certain industries, so on, affecting many different people in this way. So here we should really develop not only compassion, but understanding. So in the case where it may be that we see people's conduct is inappropriate, those people who don't comply with government regulations or lack consideration for others, that rather than feeling hostile towards them, try to understand, for some people, extremely difficult to deal with laws being imposed on them and how painful this is for them. So rather than being hostile towards them, it's an opportunity to develop understanding about the difficulties that they have. They are also human beings like us. They wish to have happiness, to be free from suffering. Our business is to also embrace their welfare. Then also those people who have responsibility for making decisions in relation to COVID-19, the politicians, the health administrators and so on. We should also pray that they make their decisions based on wisdom and compassion. And where it is the case that they may act in a corrupt way and in a self-centered way, and there are people who will do this, that will, their priority is their own happiness, their own power, base whatever it is, and others' lives are secondary. Rather than develop hostility towards them, understand as well the power of the afflicted mind of ignorance and attachment, and that these people shouldn't be the basis for our hostility, but a basis for understanding and compassion. We can also make prayers in relation to them as well, that we may not be able to directly change them, but we can cultivate an attitude of, very strong attitude of wishing that they gain the wisdom and compassion so that they do make decisions which are beneficial for others. And in so doing, we bring about change to our mind karmically. So in the future, we may find ourselves in situations where we have got the karma to influence people who are not so well motivated, that may be corrupt. We can have an influence and somehow bring about a change to those people's minds. So then with this motivation, we can engage in the session. And so once more, just to bring to mind how this is Sakadawa, time celebrates the manifestation, the enlightenment of the Buddha, his birth and his passing. And so then to this central thing in our own lives, a source of inspiration in our own lives, that just as he engaged in spiritual practices and attained the state of enlightenment, worked hard over many, many lives, sacrificed his life many times over in order to attain the state of enlightenment. Why? In order to accomplish the benefit of others. It's the purpose of the Buddha. So likewise, the message to us, our purpose then is very much about accomplishing the benefit of others. Particularly, think about this time of Sakadawa, All sentient beings, my mothers, who are the infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for it to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So then now to invoke the presence of all the holy beings' compassion that takes the form of Chenrezig. Chenrezig extremely pleased that we're engaged in this practice here, that we are opening our hearts up to the well-being of others. We're using our life to cultivate more and more deeper levels of understanding and compassion towards others, making an attempt to do this. So then to visualize that Chenrezig manifests above the crown of your head, and as recite the mantra, Chenrezig's mantra, to visualize that from heart of Chenrezig cascades down the blissful energy of compassion into oneself, and purifies your mind of self-cherishing and inspires you with an attitude of compassion towards all beings. So you can recite 3 malas of Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum. And then now recitations of the actual prayer. May all disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of greater spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, the mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of greater spirits, illness, and Buddhas, not recur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, so they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of greater spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, so that they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma as results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of greater spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, those they are placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of greater spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, that they are placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of four elements, that depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of greater spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, so they are placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to the service of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakins, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of truth, the infallibility of karma as a result, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So then now we make dedication. So then, at this time of the year, Sakadava then said, virtuous actions that are performed have a much stronger result. And especially if we can bring as pure a motivation as possible when we've engaged in the practice, then very strong result effect. And so then here, to dedicate positive results from engaging in this practice to those who've recently died, particularly here as a result of COVID-19, then may they take perfect human rebirth to kind, compassionate, Dharma-minded parents, make contact with faultless spiritual teachers, follow the grounds and paths, and attain the state of enlightenment. Then may those who are seriously ill, may they recover from illness, and if not, then have peaceful death, and then also take perfect human rebirth to kind, compassionate, Dharma-minded parents, follow the grounds and paths, make contact with faultless spiritual teachers, attain the state of enlightenment. And then, wherever beings are suffering as a result of COVID-19 in different ways, either from the illness directly or a byproduct of it, having friends who are seriously ill or have died, people being extremely emotionally upset and anxious, distressed, and so on as a result of COVID-19, then economically challenged, so on, in different ways stressed, then dedicate to their well-being, their peace of mind. And then wherever beings, particularly in relation to COVID-19, are engaged in beneficial actions to help those who are suffering, may they find the inspiration to continue to do this with wisdom and compassion. And then also wherever beings who are in positions of power making decisions, that may they make those decisions with wisdom and compassion and free of corruption. And then may holy beings continue to manifest into the world, give teachings, and have long lives. And here you can think particularly in relation to His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche. And then also other teachers who are imparting the Dharma. May they have long lives. And then also to make whatever dedication you feel is appropriate in order, in some way, to be of benefit to others. Okay, so thank you.
Thank you very much, Venerable Tony. That was a lovely session. I like that what you said about, compassion being the seed, and enlightenment being the fruit. It's really such a nice thing. It reminded me of the final verse of Thich Nhat Hanh's great bell chant, where it says, "In the garden of my heart, the flowers of peace bloom beautifully." And it really sort of ties in really nicely in what you said. I really like that. That is, I think it's sometimes easier to use these images to understand, isn't it?
Yeah, it's true. It is.
No,
it's true. Something. Yeah, that's right.
No, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right, you having a busy day?
Not really.
What do you mean, Dharma? Everything is Dharma. You said yes. Anyway, you had months of retreat. You deserve a quiet day.
They're doing the nungnays upstairs in the compa. We're in what's called the Tara room. We're doing it in the Tara room.
Okay.
And the compa is immediately above.
Yes.
They're not doing a session at the moment, but that's where they're doing 3 nungnays here.
Oh, bless. No, it's a wonderful practice.
Right.
But, I think the temperature cooler, isn't it? This time, the temperature is a bit cooler for you this time round. I don't know how Venerable Charles does it during the summer, Yeah,
that's right. Here it's easier for us. That's right. Yeah. It's cooler. It's true. It's very true.
All right. Bless you.
Do you live near a center? Do you live near a center?
Well, my main center was Jamyang in London.
Yeah.
And but of course, with lockdown, there was very little contact in terms of being able to go physically there, which is a shame, because after Geshe Tashi left to go to Sarah, we were lucky to get Geshe Namdak.
Yeah.
So Geshe is doing some of the teachings online. So, but yeah, it's interesting. But I hear they've done a complete revamp, during the lockdown phases when they kept the public at bay, because the building needed some work. So I hope I get to see it before I head to France. So, but we have to have a look. So it's all the travel is currently in the air. Vaccines are rolled out and travel restrictions are still in place. So I'm planning to pop over. I was meant to be going to Nalanda in July, and then back in August. So we have to have a look how it all goes. Yeah, but it's nice to get back with community. But it's really nice how this community grew. And I think online it's usually more difficult, to have these sort of intimate connections, if you know what I mean. Yeah. When you're in a community, you get to know people. But again, Lama Zopa just had a great vision on getting us to sit down and get on with it and connect and cast the web of Dharma, catch the little fish. No, but so you're not doing the Nongne?
No, not this time.
Not this time.
No, none of them, not any of them. No.
Bless you. Anyway, I better let you get on. And Tony, I hope to see you next week. All right. Okay, look after yourself. My love to everyone at Chenrezig.
Okay, good.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye. Okay. Hello, everyone. It's Damchu again from the UK. We just got a short stint, so we've got about 25 minutes. So if we just reset the motivation. And I just want to say a quick hello to Madeline and Fran. If you're still on YouTube, thank you very much. Thanks for the lovely message. Thank you for being there on such a regular basis. I will try and make more effort seeing these messages a bit earlier. So thank you very much out there. Thank you for being so supportive. If we take a moment just to, as I said, to just redress the focus and motivation. And let's do the motivation by reciting the 4 measurables to generate bodhicitta. May all beings enjoy the happiness and the causes of happiness. May all beings be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May all beings never be apart from the supreme bliss which is free of all suffering. May all sentient beings live in great equanimity, free from attachment and aversion to keep some close and others distant. If you just think about the last line, to keep some close and others distant, as Venerable Tony sort of said, with compassion being the seed of things, then, bringing it back to enlightenment being the fruit, or, when I sort of mentioned Thich Nhat Hanh's bell chant, in the garden of my heart, the flowers of peace bloom beautifully. Compassion, peace, true peace is based with compassion. We know compassion for all. Why do we want to hurt any of us? And anger is really the great, anti-climax to peace, isn't it? Whatever comes out, there has to be some motivation to break the peace. Somebody has to be angry to get that, for whatever motivation. And the actions of body, speech, and mind are really the cause for us to suffer and to create suffering. And the Buddha said in the Dhammapada, if we look at the verses 231 through to 233, guard against anger erupting in your body. Be restrained with your body. Letting go of bodily misconduct, practice good conduct with your body. Guard against anger erupting in your speech. Be restrained with your speech. Letting go of verbal misconduct, practice good conduct with your speech. Guard against anger erupting in your mind. Be restrained with your mind, letting go of mental misconduct. Practice good conduct with your mind. Body, speech, and mind are constantly being driven home as the sources of suffering, but body, speech, and mind also have the potential to really transform. And we want to transform body, speech, and mind, and from the state that we're in to the enlightened state, so that we can be of benefit to other sentient beings. But that requires us to generate, to accumulate knowledge and compassion, padme. So with the body, speech, and mind being Om, wisdom and compassion, mind and padme, and combine them in Om, so that we can transform our Om into the Om of the holy body, speech, and mind of the Gurus and the Buddhas. So with that in mind, let's visualize our Guru in the space in front of us. Like, if you had the initiations, please feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just visualize the Guru in the space in front. And we visualize the Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig. If you're joining us from a different faith, just visualize the deity most closely associated with compassion. And if you're joining us from a more general spiritual path, do not wish to engage in deities, just visualize a clear light that is filled with love and compassion. Visualize a light emanates from the Guru in all 10 directions, and each light beam finding one of the infinite number of sentient beings wherever they are across the 6 realms. And the light carries love, compassion, and purifying light essence, and it enters the body of those beings to the crown of their heads, filling their bodies, purifying away all negative karma and delusions of past lifetimes. Again, we recognize it's through the actions of body, speech, and mind that we have created suffering, not just for ourselves, but to other sentient beings. Like us, these beings wish to be free from suffering. And we invite them to take refuge in the Guru, so they may be liberated. All sentient beings, my mothers who infant like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infant like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infant like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having taken refuge in the Guru smiles, and as the Guru smiles, we can feel the purifying nectar intensifying, and more of the negative karma delusions being purified atom by atom, the space between those atoms, until we begin to glow. We turn the light to the Buddha, exchanging ourselves with the Buddha, taking on more and more of the Buddha's essence. And we then begin to exchange ourselves also with all other sentient beings, who likewise exchange themselves with the Guru, other sentient beings, including ourselves. And we all become one in essence. We become one with the Guru, one source of compassion, and one light source to help those who are still lost in the dark to find their way out of the darkness, becoming a beacon of hope and compassion. So as we recite the Mani Mantra, keep on visualizing how you exchange yourself with the Guru and all other sentient beings, how you continue to purify yourself and others. And we do a few rounds of the Manis, some loud and then the rest on breath. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Having recognized our mistakes through body, speech, and mind, and having sought forgiveness from all mother sentient beings, and having taken refuge in the Guru and recited many mantras, whilst exchanging ourselves with the Guru and all other sentient beings, we are now pure. When holding on to the pure state, we're now reciting the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo to benefit all mother sentient beings, that those who are sick may be restored to good health, those who are gone beyond, that they may be reborn under favorable conditions, and those who suffered hardships in other forms, either by having observed through constant exposures the suffering of others, or having lost their jobs and income, etc., maybe even their homes, may they be given whatever resources are required so that they may restore themselves, to the state that is free from suffering, but filled with happiness, so that they may look after themselves and their families and their communities at large. We recite the main prayer 3 times. And again, we can visualize that we're reciting one for body, one for speech, one for mind. The sufferings in those 3 areas that give rise to suffering in general ways. Thoughts become words, words become actions. And by doing so, we create more and more harm to other beings. So we want to erase that suffering. But we also want to erase all the seed causes of this pandemic, particularly, for brothers and sisters around the world, in India, Nepal, Brazil, Africa, where currently COVID is really flaring up at a horrendous rate. So, maybe find ways of supporting them as a global society. But may through the power of this prayer, all the seeds that cause these pandemics and sufferings to be burned away, so that they may not give an opportunity to germinate again, and may all suffering cease. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from common temporary conditions, such as the house of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings now from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, and so they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interferers, the 360 spirits and suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that tear in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grasping its illness and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sounds of whose names there are beings, and so they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interferers, the 360 spirits that hum suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So one more time, really from the bottom of your heart, really wish for all sorts of sufferings to be annihilated, burned away, and may happiness regrow and prevail. May those who are sick be restored to good health. Those who have passed beyond be reborn in further conditions. May those who suffered other hardships be given whatever resources are required to regain happiness that is free from suffering. May all the diseases that tear in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grasp, its illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names there are beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 spirits that hum suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So that completes the main prayer, and if we just recite do our dedications and then the long life prayers for His Holiness. Okay, may we dedicate to the benefit of all mother sentient beings. May all mother sentient beings be free from suffering and its causes, and may we be the cause for them to be free of suffering and enjoy the happiness that is free of suffering. May all sentient beings live long and healthy lives and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May they never be separated from the Dharma of this in all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the precious Sangha community, not just our own tradition, but all traditions, who, through their diligence in engaging in teachings, receiving and giving them, studying and helping with translations, help to continue for the flame of the Dharma to shine bright. May all our brothers and sisters live long and healthy lives, achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible in this and all future lifetimes, and never be separated from the Dharma and virtuous friends. May we also dedicate to the precious lay community for the kind support of the Sangha by offering time to volunteer at events in its centers, providing expertise and skills, and also financial means to ensure that centers can run, charitable projects can come off the ground, and translations take place. May they never be separated from the precious community of Sangha and the Dharma. May they all live long and healthy lives in this and all future lifetimes. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we dedicate to our precious gurus for the great kindness in guiding us along the path. May they all live long and healthy lives, and may we never be separated from them in this and all future lifetimes. May we particularly dedicate to the well-being and long life of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, who is a great beacon of love and compassion to us all. May all his wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may we benefit from his presence in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to Lama Zopa Rinpoche for his great wisdom and compassion, and setting us the task of this prayerathon, so that we may fully engage in the practice, not just for our own benefit, but for the benefit of all other sentient beings, and by doing so, engaging us on a deeper level with the practices that we perform. May Lama Zopa's wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may he live a long and healthy life. May we our guide in this and all future lifetimes. Due to all the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of Bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numbers Buddhas and the numbers sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all living beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Okay, the long life prayers for His Holiness and Lama Zopa. Gangri Rawe Kawe Shinkan Dia Penang Dewa Malu Jungwe Ne Chenrezig Tenzing Gyatso Yi Shape Site Badu Thank you Honchi Tupzul Shangjing Yam Gyun Gilwe Tenzing Kun Pelwe Kun Zodok Poze Choksum Chwe Leg Moon Tudru Padak Sok Jegundu Shapten Shu. Thank you very much, everyone who joined us in this session and previous sessions. Thank you very much if you're staying on to join Venerable Kadro. Thank you very much to Chenrezig Institute for being continued wonderful, continue to be such wonderful hosts right from day one. And it's been a great privilege to be part of this wonderful community of Sangha doing these recitations. And without further ado, I shall hand over to Venerable Kadro. Hello, Venerable Kadro. How are you? Still muted. Ah.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Or do we just have a screen freeze there?
Yeah. Okay.
Hello. Can you hear me all right, Venerable Kadro?
You can.
We have a bit of buffering going on. Is that from our end or is it your?
I think it must be me.
Oh, that's better. I can hear you now.
Okay.
And we have a picture. How are you?
Sorry. Yeah,
Don't worry.
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. Lovely to see you. It's always nice
Yeah.
to cross paths and smiling faces. So where are
Yeah.
you based? I'm trying to work out where you're based, Venerable.
That's okay. I'm in McLeod Ganj, so yeah.
Ooh,
For the time being. Yeah.
what a blessed place
It's
to
very
be.
it's morning here and it's lovely.
Yes. And
It really it really is.
and you're all in lockdown at the moment, aren't you? Again, or is there?
Yes, we are. Yeah, so weekends are I'm much strict not going outside at all, Saturday and Sunday, and then Monday to Friday we are permitted to go out to 11 for essential. So yeah, just staying inside and yeah.
Time to practice. But still, you're in a wonderful,
yes.
you're in a wonderful place to do the practice, isn't it? You're very close to Sonas that way. So anyway, no, I really, I wish you well.
Yeah.
Stay safe, and I better hand over to you, and so that you can,
Thanks. Yeah, you too.
give us your wonderful full lead, and anyone who's staying on, please, support Venerable Kadro, particularly, it's nice for her to know there are people there, because when the roads are empty, you don't see many on the road either. Window shopping isn't possible then. It's good for great photos, isn't it?
That's very
All right.
Yeah.
I hand over to you, Venerable. Look after yourself. Lovely to see you.
No worries. You too. Take care. Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm so sorry. I've shut down all of my devices. Well, I've only got 2 left now. My phone's broken. But my internet might come and go today. I do apologize. The nature of the internet here. So yeah, we've got start at 8 on Saturday. It's a sunny day. A little bit slippy. It's out. You hear a lot of birds these days because we're in a very strict lockdown, and yeah, that's being handled extremely well by the state officials. We couldn't be in better hands for that, I think. And again, the Indian government has made, if you have Indian identification, like an Aadhaar card or something, you're permitted to book yourself vaccination, regardless of where you're actually born. So I was really fortunate in being able to get a vaccination earlier this week for free. And, went down there, everything was very orderly, social distancing seats. Everybody had a job about where to look after people, where to direct them and that sort of thing. And even though it was all in Hindi, there was still, the communication was still extremely clear. I was just so impressed. Yeah, lots of Indian agents just how it might be in areas with regards to media that is doing everything it can around. Yeah, very fortunate. And then of course, just a hill from my house is His Holiness Island. People are very mindful here. Double masking for most part, if not double masking, single masking. But these days, most people are double masking because of the COVID positivity statistics. And we also have an increase in deaths, and people my age, I'm 37 or 38, I can't quite tell. And the people my age are passing away here, whereas this month first, they were user. So, heartened when I go out to get my essential shot, people are wearing double masks and just being really smart about, do I need to go out? No, so you don't see many people out on the road. Anyway, up here, down the valley, yeah, people are being really responsible. Okay, there's a sign that my internet is unstable. So, what I thought we would do first is, because we've got an hour I'm doing this for an hour. I like to do it for an hour. Then you can sort of relax into the practice and, you know, take your time. Rush through reading my book because it's a good way to keep in touch with my family in Australia. I like to look at the Thich Nhat Hanh excerpts on Nhat Hanh Gem Facebook page. And I was reading one the other thought, oh, that's really apt for just a brief reflection meditation before we start our practice today. So what we'll do is we'll get ourselves, you know, a bit settled, or I will anyway. Just been mopping the floor, so I'd like to take a few moments to focus myself on the session, and then we might have a look at the Thich Nhat Hanh excerpt. It comes from his book, The Art of Living, and I just think it's so suitable, so appropriate, for life in general. So, okay. There might be a little music in the background that might be a bit distracting. I apologize. It's the garbage comes through here. I can just hear it in the distance. And they play the same song on rotation to indicate that the garbage truck is coming and everybody needs to bring out their bins. So. Okay, so whatever method that you like, let's just take a few moments to observe what's happening in our minds, in our bodies. Example, this morning when I woke up and I was meditating, that's my time I like to sort of just check in with myself, see what's happening upstairs. So this speak. Now I'm distracted than usual. I thought to myself, okay, so maybe today will be a day where my mind is a bit. So I just sort of try to accommodate happening today. Also today is Saturday, or well, it is here in India anyway. Maybe it's Friday night where you are. End of the week, typical week for ordinary folk. We have ups and downs. We just take a moment to reflect on the week that you've had. I try not to hook into any stories. I just purely want to observe its own age. Just take note of moments that you labeled good and moments that you labeled difficult. And into this excerpt from Thich Nhat Hanh, his book, The Art of Living. And as I read it out, just think of what it's saying, how it may apply to your own experience this week, and potentially future experiences as well. Living our life fully and deeply requires courage. If we cannot be happy right here and now, we need to ask ourselves, and to be touching the wonders of the cosmos in our daily life, is something getting in the way? What it's weighing us down or pulling us away from the moment. So What was weighing you down? What was making you apart, pulling you away from the present moment during your week? And he continues, the art of happy art of transforming our afflictions. If we want to be happy, we need to identify what is preventing us from being happy. The path to well-being is the path out of ill. Sometimes we suffer, but we don't dare to admit to ourselves, let alone to others. However, only by facing our suffering can we find the way out, the path to well-being. So I thought while we're doing this practice today, we can, particularly dedicate the merits so that all sentient beings that are suffering right now, we can help them find that path to well-being, to face suffering. Yeah. And that's all. Okay. So let's generate our motivation for doing the practice, remembering that we're doing this practice every single week to quickly reduce the suffering of the pandemic, chip away at it, make sure that it finishes sooner rather than later. And we're not just doing this for ourselves or for our family and friends, the people that we think about often. We're doing this for things that or those that we hesitate to help. I always like to focus on those that I hesitate to help. So I'm going to read the 8 verses of thought transformation to help me overcome my self-cherishing and to release that hesitation so that I help all, especially with this practice. Determined to obtain the greatest possible benefit from all sentient beings who are more precious than a wish-fulfilling jewel, I shall hold them most dear at all times. Wherever I am and whoever I am with, I shall consider myself the lowest of all, and from the depths of my heart, hold others dear and supreme. Vigilant the moment a delusion appears in my mind, endangering myself and others, I shall confront it without delay. Whenever I see beings who are wicked in nature and overwhelmed by violent negative actions and suffering, I shall hold such rare ones dear. I found a precious treasure. When out of envy others mistreat me with abuse, insults, or the like, I shall accept defeat and offer the victory to others. And when someone whom I have benefited and in whom I have great hopes gives me terrible harm, I shall regard that person as my holy guru. In short, both directly and indirectly, do I offer every happiness and benefit to all my mothers. I shall secretly take upon myself all their harmful actions and suffering, undefiled by the stains of the superstitions of the 8 worldly concerns. By perceiving all phenomena as illusory, I shall be released from the bondage of attachment. Okay, let's get into the actual practice. So we'll do the motivation, say it 7 times. Try to generate that motivation from our heart, the meaning of the words from our heart. So we're just doing it rote. The monkeys in the background here might join in, you never know. They're squawking a bit. Also, beings who are infinite like us go for refuge, pressure. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, vidams, and kings. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the dakinis. We go for refuge to our own minds, the Dharmakaya, Dharma, and Sangha. We go for the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for the Buddha, Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And now let's visualize on the top of our heads before a recitation of Om Mani Padme Hum. Let's visualize on the top of our heads either forearmed Chenrezig or a being person who embodies just an unconditional compassion for you. I'm going to visualize forearm Chenrezig, but visualization works best for you, whichever inspires you in your practice. And visualize that being just sitting above you, above your head, like so. And from their heart, down through the top of the head, crown of our heads, flows a white light of compassion. Part of us is, we must have compassion for us first before we can have genuine compassion for others. So let's just sit with that for a few moments. Yeah. And begin. Each time we go through a breath cycle, that compassion and any of the difficulties prior to now that we may have been hanging on to or may have been niggling in the back of our mind. We loosen these, that tightness. And as we out, we just let it go bit by bit. So let's do this for a few rounds. So breathing, think out, filling your mind, thinking that you've been holding. And breathing out, just letting it go the best that you can. So we can open up our hearts and genuinely do this practice for others. So easy, I do it. If you're as ordinary as me, I'm sure you do it too. So it's good to take some time and just loosen things up for ourselves. Free up our hearts and minds so that we can think of others. And we want to keep that light flowing down through our head, and that it's unconditional, it will never run out, and it will never exhaust us, that type of compassion. And we're going to be sending it out as we recite Om Mani Padme Hum, the mantra compassion. Each syllable that comes out of our mouth, we're going to be sending that love to all the sentient beings that we're practicing for. And that light will come from our hearts. And it will enter the hearts of all sentient beings, or just as many as you can visualize, you don't want to overdo it. I'd like to first make it a little bit easier. First few rounds, you might like to focus on particular beings that you hold dear, just to get the flow happening. Okay. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. It's the rubbish truck. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Amane pemu, 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 amane pemu. Amane pemu, 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 amane pemu. Amane pemu, 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 amane. Amane pemu, amane pemu, amane pemu, pemu, amane pemu, amane pemu, amane pemu, amane pemu. Amane pemu, amane pemu, amane pemu, amane pemu, amane pemu, amane pemu, amane pemu. Amane pemu, amane pemu, amane pemu, amane pemu. Amane pemu, 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 amane pemu. Amane pemu, 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 amane pemu. Amane pemu, amane pemu, amane pemu, amane pemu, amane pemu, amane pemu, amane pemu. Amane pemu, amane pemu, amane pemu, amane pemu. Amane pemu, amane pemu, amane pemu, amane pemu, amane pemu. Amane pemu, amane pemu, amane pemu, amane pemu, amane pemu, amane pemu, amane pemu. Amane pemu, amane pemu, amane pemu, amane pemu. Amane pemu, amane pemu, amane pemu. Amane pemu, amane pemu, amane pemu, amane pemu. Amane pemu, amane pemu, amane pemu, amane pemu, amane pemu, amane pemu, amane pemu. Amane pemu, 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 amane pemu. Amane pemu, amane pemu, amane pemu. Amane pemu, amane pemu, amane pemu, amane pemu. Amane pemu, amane pemu, amane. Amane pemu, amane pemu, amane pemu. Amane pemu, amane pemu, amane pemu, amane pemu. Amane pemu, 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 amane pemu. Amane pemu, amane pemu, amane pemu, amane pemu, amane pemu, amane pemu. Amane pemu, amane pemu, amane pemu. Amane pemu, amane pemu, amane pemu, amane pemu, amane pemu. Amane pemu, amane pemu. Amane pemu. That are every single day to bring this pandemic to an end, and the energy and the drive, the commitment they have for their work, and for obviously they're not just doing it for themselves, they're doing it so that start living a life outside of the pandemic. So I kind of wish that that kind of energy and drive and determination and affection for others spreads throughout the world. perhaps when we're doing the next couple of rounds of Omani Padme Hum, we can visualize that affection spreading as we send out that passion to other sentient beings. Omani Padme Hum, 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 Omani Padme Hum. I'm going to do 2 more recitations. This time I'm going to particularly focus on those that I find more difficult to help from perhaps I have a disagreement of opinion. Yeah, things like that. So maybe you might like to do the same. You know, the more that we practice giving over to those that take to help, or that we practice being generous with them. You know, and in this practice, it can just be to keep it easy and simple. You know, we're just being generous with our compassion, and we're giving that compassion to them. Chipping away at our own self-check with your life, and that at that time we're able to help them wholeheartedly, sincerely. This is how I approach this part. Money payment, money payment, money payment, money payment, money payment, money payment, So now we go to actual practice. This prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result in karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grahas and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings. So they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied being 300 400 diseases, whatever sounds, and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with good health and well-being by the compassion of the gurus of the three jewels, by the power of the demons, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher being an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Whatever sufferings there are elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protecting guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Temporary conditions such as may sufferings that are from life separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances or the four elements and mind of radiant be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion in the three jewels, by the dakinis, by the power results, may also present. May all the diseases that sadden the minds and sentient that result from karma, such as grass spirits, illness, not occur in the realms that are for diseases that, like a butcher being an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, so they be placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances, the four elements, depriving me in mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we'll say this one more time, and then I'm going to do the dedication prayer, the King of Prayers. We have time, and I think now more than ever, it's good to make really strong dedications. May all the diseases that in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in. May whatever sufferings there are from life threatening, like a butcher leading an animal, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, whose names terrify beings. Male and body beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits come suddenly, 120 diseases. There whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind with every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So, the King of Prayers, if you have the FPMT retreat prayer book, it's on page 344, and that's online. I don't have a hard copy, sorry. I've sent all that back to Australia. And if you don't have it in front of you, totally fine. Just listen to the meaning, listen to the words, and just, generate conviction in their meaning. So the King of Prayers, the ordinary aspiration of the practices of Mantabhadra. And, as the prayer is saying, I bow down, I'm confident, da, 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 da. We can know that we're not just doing it for youthful are you, all of you with body, speech, energy of the world, to all you as a host of. And I think it's awful phenomenon. It's entirely seeing the excellence, beautiful flowers and regal garlands, sweetness and sparkling. My internet is unstable. I do apologize for that dropping out then. So fine dress and fragrant perfumes, sandalwood powder heaped high as Mount Meru, all wondrous offerings in spectacular array, I offer to you, victorious ones. With transcendent offerings, peerless and vast, with profound admiration for all the Buddhas, the strength of conviction in the bodhisattva way, I offer and bow down to all victorious ones. Every harmful action I have done with my body, speech, and mind, overwhelmed by attachment, anger, and confusion, all these I openly lay bare before you. I lift up my heart and rejoice in all the positive potential of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in 10 directions, of solitary realizers, here is still training, and those beyond, and of all ordinary beings. You who are the bright lights of worlds in 10 directions, who have attained a Buddha's omniscience through the stages of awakening, all you who are my guides, please turn the supreme wheel of Dharma. With palms together, I earnestly request, you who may actualize parinirvana, please stay with us for eons, numberless as atoms of the world, for the happiness and well-being of all wanderers in samsara. Whatever slight positive potential I may have created by paying homage, offering, and acknowledging my faults, rejoicing and requesting that the Buddhists stay and teach, I now dedicate all this for full awakening. May you Buddhas now living in the world's of 10 directions, and all of you gone to freedom in the past, accept my offerings. May those not yet arisen quickly perfect their minds, awakening as fully enlightened ones. May all worlds in 10 directions be entirely pure and vast. May they be filled with bodhisattvas surrounding Buddhas gathered beneath a Bodhi tree. May as many beings as exist in 10 directions be always well and happy. May all samsaric beings live in accord with the Dharma, and may their every Dharma wish be fulfilled. Remembering my past lives in all varieties of existence, may I practice the Bodhisattva way, and thus in each cycle of death, migration, and birth, may I always abandon the householder's life. Then, following in the footsteps of all the Buddhas and perfecting the practice of a Bodhisattva, may I always act without error or compromise, with ethical discipline, faultless and pure. May I teach the Dharma in the language of gods, in every language of spirits and nagas, of humans and of demons, and in the voice of every form of being. May I be gentle-minded, cultivating the 6 paramitas, and never forget bodhicitta. May I completely cleanse without omission every negativity and all that obscures this awakening mind. May I traverse all my lives in the world, free of karma, afflictions, and interfering forces, just as a lotus blossom is undisturbed by the water's wave, just as the sun and moon move unhindered through the sky. May I ease the suffering in the lower realms, and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe, may I guide hundreds in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I practice constantly for eons to come, perfecting the activities of awakening, acting in harmony with the various dispositions of beings, showing the ways of a bodhisattva. May I all have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with bodies, words, and also mind, may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor and never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. May I always directly see the Buddhas, masters encircled by Bodhisattvas, and without pause or discouragement for eons to come, may I make extensive offerings to them. May I hold within me the Buddha's genuine Dharma, illuminate everywhere the teachings that awaken, embody the realizations of a Bodhisattva, and practice ardently in all future eons. While circling through all states of existence, may I become an endless treasure of good qualities, skillful means, wisdom, samadhi, and liberating stabilizations, gathering limitless pristine wisdom and positive potential. On one atom I shall see, Buddha fields numberless as atoms, inconceivable Buddhas among Bodhisattvas in every field, practicing the activities of awakening. Receiving this in all directions, I dive into an ocean of Buddha fields, each an ocean of 3 times Buddhas in the space of a wisp of hair. So I too will practice for an ocean of eons. Thus I'm continually immersed in the speech of the Buddhas, expression that reveals an ocean of qualities in one word, the completely pure eloquence of all the Buddhas, communication suited to the varied tendencies of beings. With strength of understanding, I plunge into the infinite light and speech of the Dharma, of all the Buddhas in 3 times gone to freedom, who continually turn the wheel of Dharma methods. I shall experience in one moment such vast activity of all future eons, and I will enter into all eons of the 3 times, in but a fraction of a second. In one instant, I shall see all those awakened beings, past, present, and future lines among humans, and with the power of the illusion-like stabilization, I will constantly engage in their inconceivable activity. I shall manifest upon one single atom the array of pure lands, present, past, and future. Likewise, I shall enter the array of pure beautiful Buddha fields in every direction without exception. I shall enter the very presence of all my guides, those lights of this world who are yet to appear, those sequentially turning the wheels of complete awakening, those who reveal nirvana, final perfect bliss. May I achieve the power of swift magical emanation, the power to lead to the great vehicle through every approach, the power of always beneficial activity, the power of love pervading all realms, the power of all surpassing positive potential, the power of supreme knowledge unobstructed by discrimination, and through the powers of wisdom, skillful means, and samadhi, may I achieve the perfect power of awakening, purifying the power of all contaminated actions, crushing the power of disturbing emotions at their root, diffusing the power of interfering forces. I shall perfect the power of the Bodhisattva practice. May I purify an ocean of worlds. May I free an ocean of beings. May I clearly see an ocean of Dharma. May I realize an ocean of pristine wisdom. May I purify an ocean of activities. May I fulfill an ocean of aspirations. May I make offerings to an ocean of Buddhas. May I practice without discouragement for an ocean of eons. To awaken fully this Bodhisattva way, I shall fulfill without exception all the diverse aspirations of the awakening practice of all Buddhas gone to freedom in the 3 times everywhere. In order to practice exactly as the wise one called Samantabhadra, all-embracing good, the elder brother of the sons and daughters of the Buddhas, I shall completely dedicate all this goodness, Likewise, may I dedicate, just as a skillful Samantabhadra, with pure body, speech, and mind, pure actions, and pure Buddha fields, I shall give rise to the aspirations of Manjushri for this bodhisattva practice of all-embracing good, to perfect these practices without discouragement or pause in all future eons. May my pure activities be endless, my good qualities boundless, and through abiding in immeasurable activity, may I actualize infinite emanations. Limitless is the end of space. Likewise, limitless are living beings. Thus, limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. One may offer to the Buddhas all wealth and adornments in infinite worlds in 10 directions, and one may offer during eons numberless as atoms in the world, even the greatest happiness of gods and humans. But whoever hears extraordinary aspiration and longing for highest awakening gives rise to faith just once, creates far more precious positive potential. Those who make this heartfelt aspiration for the Bodhisattva way will be free of all lower rebirths, free of harmful companions, and will quickly see Amitabh, infinite light. And even in this very human life, they will be nourished by happiness and have all conducive circumstances. Without waiting long, they will become like Samantabhadra himself. Those who give voice to this extraordinary aspiration will quickly and completely purify the 5 boundless harmful actions created under the power of ignorance, blessed with supreme knowledge, excellent body, family, attributes, and appearance. They will be invincible to vast inferior forces and misleading teachers, and all the 3 worlds will make offerings, going quickly to the noble Bodhi tree and sitting there to benefit sentient beings during all interfering forces. They will awaken and turn the great wheel of Dharma. Have no doubt that complete awakening is a fully ripened result, comprehended only by a Buddha for practice. In order to train just like the hero Manjushri who knows reality as it is, and just like Samantabhadra as well, I completely dedicate all this goodness just as they did. That dedication which is praised as greatest by all the Buddhas gone to freedom in the 3 times. I too dedicate all my roots of goodness for the attainments of the Bodhisattva practice. When the moment of my death arrives, by eliminating all obscurations and directly perceiving Amitabha, may I go immediately to Sukhavati, pure land of great joy. Having gone to Sukhavati, may I actualize the meaning of these aspirations, fulfilling them without exception for the benefit of beings for as long as this world endures. Born from an extremely beautiful lotus, in this joyful land, the Buddha's magnificent mandala, may I receive a prediction of my awakening directly from the Buddha Amitabha. Having received a prediction there, may I create vast benefit for beings throughout the 10 directions, with a billion emanations by the power of wisdom. Through even the small virtue I've accumulated by offering this prayer of the Bodhisattva practice, may all the positive aspirations of beings be fulfilled in an instant. Through creating limitless positive potential by dedicating this prayer of Samantabhadra's deeds, may all beings drowning in this torrent of suffering enter the presence of Amitabha. Through this king of aspirations, which is the greatest of the sublime, helping infinite wonders in samsara through the accomplishment of the scripture dazzling with Samantabhadra's practice, may suffering realms be utterly emptied of all beings. And then we'll just go to the standard. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me and all the merits of the 3 times, collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Just do the long life prayers. In the land encircled by snow mountains, you are the source of all happiness and good, all powerful Chenrezig Tenzin Gyatso. Please remain until samsara ends. Save of the land of snow teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion, to lotus holder Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech. May all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who upholds the Jewish moral way, who serves the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading my Janata's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers, honoring the 3 sublime ones. Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please live long. So thank you for joining me for this hour. You have a good weekend. and Venerable Chuying. How you doing?
Good, nice to see you again.
Yeah, you too.
How are things in India?
Oh yes, good. Sunny day, quiet, apart from a bit of traffic. Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah. Few mosquitoes?
Not yet, no.
Okay,
not
good.
yet. I find up here in McLeod we get mosquitoes so much down the hill for sure, but up here not so much. Something to do with the air, I think. Maybe it's too
Okay.
high.
I always think of His
sorry.
Holiness talking about. Oh, I always think about His Holiness talking about how if you think you can't make a difference, think about one mosquito.
And it's so true. It's so true too, actually. Especially at nighttime when you're underneath the doona and you just want to go to sleep and all you can hear is this one mosquito, but you've got no idea where it is. And you know in the morning you're going to wake up with these dots on your face. So yeah. Anyway. I ran a little bit late today. I'm sorry. So
no
sorry
problem.
to cut into the session. I hope you
No,
have
no,
a
no.
nice
It's right on time. Don't worry.
Nice.
Thanks so much. So welcome to anyone who is joining on YouTube. And I'm here with you for half an hour. My name is Thupten Chuying or Chuying, and I'm broadcasting from Kopan's Nunnery in Kathmandu. And as you have probably seen in the news, certainly India and Nepal are leading the world in the coronavirus problems at the moment. And I know things are not better in Brazil, and there are many other places still really grappling with COVID. So these prayers are urgently needed. So thank you for giving your time this morning for this really meaningful way to spend the next however long you can stay. That's the nice thing about YouTube is you can stay for a half an hour or all 24 hours of the prayerathon. Whatever you can do is fantastic. So there's a link beneath the video. If you'd like to, if you haven't already downloaded the practice, you can get the free PDF of the Vajra speech of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as Liberating Shaki from Disease, and then the dedication verses as well. And as we do this practice, you have your choice of how you want to do the visualization. If you like, you can just look at the image of Thangtong Gyalpo that's in the booklet, which is a beautiful photograph of a thangka, which is a Tibetan painting of this great yogi who spontaneously recited this prayer when there was a terrible epidemic that was wiping out the great Shakya monastery, and none of the conventional treatments were working to stop the illness. And when he recited this prayer, it completely stopped it. So with that same intention, Lama Zopa Rinpoche has recommended that we do this every week as the International Sangha, leading anyone who will join us in order to have this incredible blessing from Thangtong Gyalpo's prayer, sending out that positive energy to be able to counteract the illnesses and suffering related to COVID. Or if you prefer, you can also visualize Chenrezig Avalokiteshvara sending down blissful light rays, purifying the bodies of all sentient beings, particularly wiping out COVID. But as we know, in this samsaric realm, all sentient beings have the same sufferings of body and mind. We have physical illnesses, we have the cycle of death and rebirth. And in our minds, we have these disturbing emotions and ignorance. And they may come in different strengths in different people and in different sentient beings. The ignorance is stronger, say, in animals than perhaps in humans. And so we want to really think about how we are all suffering. We're all the same. And if you have this conviction in karma and rebirth, then we have been suffering like this since beginningless time. And all these sentient beings have at one point or another been our mother, been incredibly close to us, benefited us in so many ways. And even in just this one lifetime, if you have trouble thinking back past lives, just in this lifetime, we are completely dependent on other sentient beings in order to have our own mental happiness and well-being. I was just watching a YouTube video of people who had been saved by strangers, and they were meeting those strangers again after many years. And in one case, it was a woman who was about to commit suicide by jumping in front of a subway train, and the conductor noticed something was wrong and honked his horn, and then she stepped back and he got out of the train and talked to her and was able to stop, give her the support she needed at that time. Another was a survivor of a UK bombing, and he had been laying in the car, and a woman reached out and grabbed his hand and was just saying, we're going to get through this, we're going to get through this. And that was enough to help calm him down and give him the ability to escape. And so these are very extreme examples, but it doesn't matter whether we know the person or not. Strangers come to our aid. We benefit from their kindness just by having people who stock stores where we get our food, all the healthcare workers who help us when we get sick. I mean, you can just go on and on and on and on. And so because we rely on all sentient beings for our happiness, we want them to be happy too. We need them to be happy. And so we say this prayer for the benefit of all sentient beings. And we'll say the motivation and refuge 3 times. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha and the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And then holding that visualization as strongly as you can, either by looking at the picture of Thangtong Gyalpo or using your inner visualization or a picture of Avalokiteshvara. We say this amazing mantra of compassion, thinking about all the love and blessings of the Guru Buddha, because the Buddha is inseparable from our Guru. Sending down all of these blessings, Avalokiteshvara sending them as light rays, entering the crown of all sentient beings. And you can visualize all sentient beings taking the form of humans if it makes the visualization easier. And those light rays entering the crown of all of their heads and our head as well, filling our body with light rays, purifying all negativities of body, speech, and mind, healing all sicknesses, all sufferings of body and mind due to past negative karma. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Mani Padme Hum. Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Yeah, Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum. Om Mani 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 Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. And still holding the visualization as best you can of Avalokiteshvara purifying all sentient beings, or Thangtong Gyalpo, as we say the actual prayer 3 times. Excuse me. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the powers of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. Excuse me. The mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Now all sentient beings, their bodies are filled with light, including yourself, completely purified. All negative karmas, as well as any of the most subtle imprints, completely dissipated, purified. All ailments of the body completely pure, completely cured. Any mental disturbances due to ignorance or the delusions completely purified. Just peace and happiness. And then Avalokiteshvara comes to the crown of your head, facing the same direction. And is so pleased, so happy, wants to merge with us. So dissolves into white light, enters the crown of your head, fills your body, merging with the light, so that you are one with Avalokiteshvara, the Guru. Your body, speech, and mind are all one. And then we say our dedications so that we don't just use the good karma that we've created for just the everyday uses of one life, but we want to dedicate it into the ocean of merit that may it help us to achieve enlightenment, so that we can be of benefit to all sentient beings. And by dedicating in this way, the merit stays with us through all our future lives, helping us on our path all the way until enlightenment. So it's this incredible resource for us. And so then to actualize bodhicitta, may the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. And to realize emptiness, so we have the two wings of the bird. Samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect independent arise, they are unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. For the sick, thinking about everyone who is suffering, especially from COVID, who desperately need oxygen and other treatment, but also for anyone who has illness. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. To meet a perfect guru in all lifetimes, in all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. And by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. And in particular for Lama Tsongkhapa to be our direct Mahayana guru in all our future lives, because this is probably the most difficult to generate enough merit to be able to meet this condition. So we have to pray very specifically for it. By the force of the victorious one, Tsongkhapa, acting as my direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may I never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. And to be able to meet, practice, and actualize the teachings of Lama Tsongkhapa in that same vein. May I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of the victorious one, Losang Drakpa, who lived an eminent life endowed with pure morality, a brave heart in doing the Bodhisattva's extensive deeds, and the yoga of the two stages, the supreme transcendental wisdom of non-dual bliss and emptiness. And then there are 3 verses from Nagarjuna's Jewel Garland. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines and wood in the forest, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I hold sentient beings as dear as my life. May sentient beings hold me most dear. May all their negative karma ripen on me, and may all my virtue ripen on them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. The dedication to be wish-fulfilling for others. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. And then the dedication for any sentient being who sees me and so forth, to be free from suffering and experience every happiness. By merely seeing, hearing, thinking about, or remembering me, as well as by touching me or talking to me, may all suffering instantly be pacified, and may there be happiness forever. And we seal the merits with emptiness, which Rinpoche says is important to do every day when you're doing your dedications. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. And then going down to the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind Supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for the long life of our precious spiritual director and guide, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, may, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And may all the gurus of all sentient beings who are helping on the path to enlightenment have long lives, hold us all close, and may we all achieve that state as quickly as possible. So thank you so much for joining me. There's nothing better you could have done with your morning than spending time developing bodhicitta and the wish to benefit all sentient beings. So thank you so much. And I turn it over to Venerable Longku, is that right?
The Longku now sent you. I was a bit late this morning, so I'm using, because this is it, when you use like multiple accounts, and sometimes you have really strange names. Sometimes I'm called Übersetzung, which means translation, and but my name is Losang. My name is Losang, so I'll catch it. So, okay, so how are you? How is Nepal?
Well, within the walls of the nunnery where we're staying isolated, things are getting much better. Most of the nuns are well now, and so it's a very good outlook. But from what I read in the papers outside the nunnery, things are getting quite desperate. The hospitals are not accepting patients because everyone is full, and people can't get oxygen, and the crematorium can't burn all the bodies. So it's about the same as what you hear in India.
It's terrible. I mean, it really, being in the West, it really makes us aware how fortunate we are. I was in emergency the night before, because I had strange things happening with my eyes, like seeing colors and stuff. And so, they said, oh, you have to go to emergency immediately. And I became aware, for a little thing like this, it could have been a stroke, but it wasn't. And so, but they check up everything, they're kind, and they kind of, and I was thinking, wow, imagine if you have something like this in Nepal, if it is a stroke, that's it, you're gone. So
it's vastly different for sure.
So, yeah. I used to live in India 17 years, so, and I miss it, that's true. But for these kind of things, I mean, we're really, really fortunate here in the West. And I really hope that people become aware of it instead of just complaining about little things and, having to wait in emergency and they're not being tended to immediately and these kind of small things. But I guess that's the human mind, isn't it?
Yeah, dissatisfied all the time.
Yeah, unless you put it into perspective, and then it works.
Yeah, exactly. With our practice, we can certainly counteract that.
Yeah, good. So nice to see you again this morning. And
thank you. Nice to see you.
Please take care. And,
thank you.
And all the best. And we keep praying also for Nepal and for India and thinking about you. Hoping that this will finish very soon, and being happy that we can participate by doing these prayers.
Yes, I so rejoice. So thank you so much for all of your efforts.
Well, thank you very much. Okay, so then good morning, everybody, and good morning, Chenrezig team. Thank you very much again for just being there all the time and making sure that this is working. My name is Losang. I am in Switzerland at the moment, and so what I usually do is that we take refuge. I mean, we generate the motivation, of course. Then we take refuge. Then we take refuge because in Chenrezig, who is the guru, because we are doing Chenrezig practice afterwards. And so before Chenrezig dissolves into us, then we recite this prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo of Thangtong Gyalpo, who is a supplication to Chenrezig, which I find very meaningful, and that we can also use in our daily lives when we feel that one or the other afflictive emotion is coming up. So this is what we're going to do. So they already gave me the screen share. I mean, I tell you, this team is really, really, really amazing. Okay, so this is the refuge prayer. So first, as we said, as I said, if you are in the West, if you heard me saying that I spent the whole night in emergency 2 days ago, but it wasn't anything serious, but they made sure that it wasn't anything serious. So that's why they had to make all the tests. And being there the whole night, I really became aware how fortunate we are. So whatever we can do for these other countries that are not so fortunate, either being, thinking about them or just being grateful about the situation that we have, not being dissatisfied, not being angry or grumpy or whatever, even just doing that. But also, if we can, sending money, because this is also what is needed, because these people, it's not just the sick people and the people who are dying. I mean, the situation in these countries is difficult anyway. And with this pandemic on top of it, people don't have work. If they don't have work, they don't have money. They don't have a government who is helping them. So if you can, and if you have an organization that you trust, it would be really, really nice if you can also share not just our good thoughts, but also, trying to help with our money, at least to make a bridge until also the pandemic in these countries, the same as here, starts to get a little bit better. But for the moment, we're just doing, we are doing the prayers, and it's not just doing the prayers with a very good heart and being happy that we can do that, and full of trust also. This is important. Full of trust that this, at the moment, this morning, this very minute, this is the best thing you can do. I'll make it a bit bigger. This is the best thing you can do. We think about our refuge, our own refuge, that even if we are in a dire, difficult situation, we always have refuge. And with refuge, we always can put the mind in a safe direction so that it doesn't create more negative karma. And this is truly wonderful. And why is it like this? Because we have made contact with gurus, with teachers who inspire us, and we allow them to bless us. So we can, and then why are we doing this practice this morning? Is that, especially short term, that we can create positive energy that we totally give away to all others, in order for this pandemic to calm down, especially in the countries where it's still ravaging. It looks like it's especially in the east, like southeast and far east, like India and Nepal, but also Vietnam, Taiwan, and so on, that it has exploded again. We think about all the people who are working in the healthcare system, who are totally exhausted, who also get sick. Some of them, get infected and die, so that they are protected, and especially then also all the families who are affected by all this. Somebody personally who is in India and Nepal, send them good wishes that they are protected. And then to think, but this is samsara, and even when the pandemic is finished, we still have other things that are creating problems. So when we take refuge, we think not just so that I am protected from getting physically sick, mentally sick, or that I have the conditions in order to have a happy life, but I'm taking refuge in order to understand that I'm still standing under the control of my afflictive emotions. May I be totally liberated and free from them, especially wrong use. And then we totally open up our heart and we think, lifetime after lifetime after lifetime, I depend totally on so many others who have to do their work properly so I can survive. And not just survive, just, but in order to be happy, in order to have a happy life. Then each life, we have a mom, we have a dad who would give their life so that we can survive and that we are happy. And each of these beings who exist in the universe at one point have been our kind mother or our kind father. So like this, with bodhicitta, we think, I have to repay that kindness and therefore I will lead them to enlightenment. Why can I do that? And then we think about our Buddha nature, because I have the potential to become a Buddha. How do I become a Buddha? By taking refuge in Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, especially following the methods of the Dharma, and being appreciative of the Sangha, of the spiritual friends who are around us. So you can visualize space in front of you, Chenrezig, either 4-armed or 1,000-armed. Sorry. And you unify this visualization with your guru. So you can just, for a brief moment, you visualize your guru and then see how totally differently we react to that picture. When we think about the guru, the heart opens, there's joy, there's respect, there is devotion and gratitude and appreciation. When we just visualize the Buddha, sometimes, especially with me, it's sometimes lacking a bit. But when we hear the name of the Guru, when we think about the Guru, immediately the mind goes into a positive state. So you allow the Guru to, the kind of human form of the Guru to melt with the image of Chenrezig, 1,000-armed or 4-armed, the figure of compassion, but also wisdom, knowing with the compassion, knowing that suffering has causes, knowing as long as the causes are there, suffering will prevail, and but also knowing that because it has causes, it can end. So we don't need to despair. And with a heart full of trust, full of faith, trust, that what we're doing this morning, it really does make a difference. We take refuge, and we especially think about our Buddha potential, that we say, or we think, I'm sick and tired of being under the control of my negative emotions. I want to become like Chenrezig immediately. And therefore, the Guru, which is Chenrezig, can bless us, can give us inspiration, can nourish our Buddha nature. All sentient beings equal to space. Go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So then what do we do after having taken refuge? So then this is why we're making these supplications to Chenrezig, so that we know where to place the mind, or how to work with our negative emotions. And as Kyabje Zopa Rinpoche says, if you keep compassion Buddha, who is enriched with supreme power in your mind, you will be protected from all dangers. So that means we can let go of fear. Fear is not really helpful, especially when it's blocking us, unless it shows us, hey, there's something you need to do here. But we do feel protected, especially the danger from creating more negative karma through our self-cherishing mind. So first request Chenrezig for the following things to happen to you, like to be protected from these dangers. And then think that you cause them to happen to all other sentient beings. This is an extremely effective way to generate bodhicitta and the good heart cherishing others. Namo Guru Lokeshwaraya. Please look at me with compassion, universal being enriched with power. Please be my guide and save me, perfect pure treasure of compassion. I request you, Supreme Arya, compassionate eye-looking one. Somehow, I wonder if I'm still connected. Maybe I am. I hope so. Please look at me with compassion, universal being enriched with power. Please be my guide and save me, perfect pure treasure of compassion. I request you, Supreme Arya, compassionate eye-looking one. Please be my captain, liberating me from the great ocean of beginningless samsara, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am obscured by the darkness of ignorance, please be my illuminating light, compassionate eye-looking one. When I have a blazing fire of anger towards my enemies, please be the waterfall that extinguishes it, compassionate eye-looking one. When I have violent waves of attachment towards my friends, please help me realize the ultimate nature, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am bound to my possessions by the knot of miserliness, please be my manager of giving, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am intoxicated by the 5 poisonous delusions, please be my king of medicine, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am disturbed and frightened at the time of death, please show me your face and introduce self-nature, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am surrounded by the karmic messengers of Yama, please be my refuge and guide, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am traveling the unknown, dangerous path of the intermediate state, please be my close relative, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am wandering, seeking an uncertain birthplace, please take me to your pure land, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am experiencing the suffering of karma in the womb, please cover me with a tent of light, compassionate eye-looking one. When I have taken the body of an unknown baby, please be my supreme virtuous friend, compassionate eye-looking one. When I always visualize you on my crown, make offerings and praise you, please be my root guru, compassionate eye-looking one. When I visualize you on my heart lotus, make offerings and praise you, please be my mind seal deity and the host of deities, compassionate eye-looking one. When I experience the obstacles of bad outer and inner conditions, please be my Dharma protector and pacify them, compassionate eye-looking one. When my mind is tormented by hunger, thirst, and poverty, especially if you do nunnes, because it's Sakadava soon coming up, we will do 2 starting from tomorrow. So then when we think about this, when my mind is tormented by hunger, thirst, and poverty, and we do it like voluntarily, please grant whatever attainments I wish, compassionate eye-looking one, that we are able to purify negative karma. When I make requests with the continual sound of the 6 syllables, please always look at me with compassion, compassionate eye-looking one. So the 6 syllables, we will recite it now. We will recite the mantra. So you can visualize first, if you have the initiation, Chenrezig absorbing into you. As he absorbs into you, let go of all, the contaminant 5 aggregates and the 80 conceptions. You think that whatever you think you are, this is not reality, this is not true. Seems real, but it's not true. And we go into the Dharmakaya, into this clear light. Out of that, you rise as Chenrezig. And you think from your body of light, like you are sending out light rays that gives each and every sentient being exactly what they need. And the moment it touches them, then the moment it touches them, they also become Chenrezig. No mani pemme o 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 mani pemme. And then with the confidence of having the power of Thangtong Gyalpo, We recite these prayers, being convinced that it does make a difference, that it activates the positive karma of sentient beings who are directly and indirectly afflicted by this pandemic, that it helps them to deal with the situation and it purifies their negative karma, or at least it helps them to kind of generate the 4 opponent powers so that they can purify the negative karma, because nobody is omnipotent, so that this pandemic can finally stop. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its result, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. Sorry, it has disappeared. May all the disease. My computer is going a bit funny this morning. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications be fulfilled as soon as they are made. And then we can do the dedication prayers. Also, again, you know, dedication always with a very good heart and the confidence that what we're doing does make a big difference. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect and dependent arising are unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. Then for the sick, again, totally open heart, really, really wishing them well. May, however many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. And it's not just a physical sickness. We also think about the sickness of our mind, kind of producing or projecting things that are not there, then grasping at them as true, and then, you know, either attachment or aversion arises. And with this motivation, then we create karma, which then again, you know, results in very gross suffering of physical sickness. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma, and by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. So when we say this verse, also to be very happy, right at the moment we are practicing the Dharma, we're not separate from it. Our mind becomes kind of infused with the Dharma. And so slowly, you know, it becomes a total habit that whatever we do is in accordance with the Dharma. And we will always meet perfect gurus that can guide us and that we allow them to guide us. By the force of the victorious one Tsongkhapa, acting as my direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all my lives, may I never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious one. May I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of the victorious one, Losang Drapa, who lived an eminent life endowed with pure morality, brave heart in doing the Bodhisattva's extensive deeds, and the yoga of the two stages, the supreme transcendental wisdom of non-dual bliss and emptiness. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines, and wood in the forest, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I hold sentient beings as dear as my life. May sentient beings hold me most dear. May all their negative karma ripen upon me, and may all my virtue ripen upon them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve the highest enlightenment. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. By merely seeing, hearing, thinking about me, or remembering me, as well as by touching me, or talking to me, or even talking about me, may all suffering instantly be pacified, and may there be happiness forever. And we seal it with emptiness, due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from its own sides. Okay, so then we do the long life prayers. Because we got a bit late here. For Lama Zopa Rinpoche and all other gurus who teaching the pure path to full awakening. You who uphold the subduous moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Majanat's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the three sublime ones, savior of myself and others, your disciples, please live long. Tamara missed the one of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Here we go. Incomparable, kind, and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. May you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Okay, well, thank you very much for those who participated. Thank you very much, Chenrezig team. Thupten Dechen, are you there? Hello, hello.
I'm here.
You're
Hello.
there? Wonderful.
Oh, and I'll start the video.
Okay.
There.
Because for a brief moment, I saw you are in a wonderful location with beautiful weather.
Oh, I am. Let me just, can you see the great stupa? Let me turn it around. I'm right here at...
I see the trees. Wow. But you're in Australia, isn't it? So you should have winter coming up.
Yes, it is. It's the middle of winter. It's freezing cold, actually.
Oh,
but it's a nice sunny day in the middle of the day, so it's not so cold.
Okay. So where are you? Where are you?
I'm at the Great Stupa of Universal Compassion and Peace.
Okay.
And there's also Thukdam Sherab Ling, the monastery up here. I wish I could turn this on.
Wonderful.
The monastery.
I was there once, many, many years ago. I think I gave a course, and we were still sleeping in these railway carriages. Are they still there?
Oh, wow. No. God, you're really showing how long ago you were here.
Okay. Well, it must be 20, 25 years or something.
Yeah, that is a while ago. But no, it's just amazing. When you can get back, when COVID allows, I really hope you make the effort to come back. It's amazing how far this place has progressed. And
I mean, it must have been great transformation since then, isn't it?
Seven-storied stupa of great compassion and peace. It's just incredible having it really is amazing.
So wonderful.
It's a shame you can't see it. It is there but you can't see it.
Yeah.
It's a bit far away. I'm not quite sure. Anyway, I hope you make it back one day to us.
I hope so too, Thupten Dechen. Thank you very much.
And thank you so much. It was a beautiful inspiration for my session. Thank you.
Yes, okay. Be careful, take care, and be well. Bye.
Yes, you too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so here we are again, and let me just give you a sense of where I am. I need to turn this around, and this is our motivation. Okay, so that's where I'm sitting, and this is halfway between Thukdam Sherab Ling and the Great Stupa and Atisha Center, sort of. It's on the path. And this is what Lama Zopa left for us when he was here a few years ago. So I thought I'd start out here and use this as our motivation. I have achieved Chine in insight before you. Now I'm about to directly see all phenomena in emptiness. Therefore, I can't stand it. I can't wait for even a second without enlightening the suffering sentient beings before you die, before you get to bed. Very soon, I'm going to be enlightened. I will be illuminating Bendigo and the whole world. And that is, Rinpoche wrote that. And we sort of have our own charnel grounds here. So today I'm going to start off with the motivation here with which we do every week, and then I read recently that Rinpoche, even though he gave us this prayer to use during this time, he also has given us the freedom to include other practices too. So I recently joined Geshe Tenzin Zopa in saying prayers for Kopan and our precious teachers there when COVID was there. And he included Tara and Medicine Buddha, as well as this prayer. So I'm going to do something similar today and do a bit of touring around Thukten Sherabling, the monastery, which really is an amazing place. So let's start off with our motivation. Firstly, let's do some prostrations in our mind, prostrating to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha, to the great stupa, the enlightened mind of enlightenment. And we're all, including all sentient beings, we are all prostrating, body, speech, and mind. Please bless my mind in this very session. Prostration number 2. My body, speech, and mind, I take refuge. Please bless my mind. Prostration 3. My body, speech, and mind, I prostrate. Please bless my mind. Okay, so now get comfortable and we'll start off. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. And spend some time visualizing all sentient beings, our mothers. All sentient beings in all realms. Go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. Our own living gurus in the form of Kyabje Zopa Rinpoche, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, and our other teachers, gurus, who are one with the Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. So just visualize this, that they are all around us, supporting us all the time. And then we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Go for empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. This is the ultimate refuge, the Dharmakaya. Found in my mind, in your mind, in all sentient beings' minds, our own inner guru. And we will start the Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 This is Thupten Shirap Ling. Hi, this is the gate. We just have Gyatso in here. I'm just walking around chanting. Oh, thank you. On IMI prayerathon for COVID. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 All right. So now I would like to progress on to 21 Taras. I really like the tale that when Chenrezig, when he just thought of all the suffering, he shed a tear, and that was Tara. And Tara never lets us down. She is the deity of active compassion, like when we need help. Right now, she is the one that we call on. And she never lets us down. In my experience, Tara has been a wonderful refuge and very powerful refuge. And she does play an important part in all our lives. So I'm just going to put on the 21 Taras, which I have recorded in my chanting voice. All I prostrate to the noble transcendent liberator. Homage Tara, swift heroic, eyes like lightning instantaneous. Sprung from opening stamens of the lotus, three worlds tear-born lotus. Homage with whose face combines 100 autumn moons at fullest, blazing with light rays resplendent as a 1,000-star collection. Oh, what happened? All my prostrate to the noble transcendent liberator. Homage Tara, swift heroic, eyes like lightning instantaneous. Sprung from opening stamens of the lotus, three worlds tear-born lotus. Homage we face combines 100 autumn moons at fullest, blazing with light rays resplendent as a 1,000-star collection. Homage lotus and adorn it. Calm austerities, patience, meditation, her field. Homage crown Tagatas, actions triumph without limit. By conquerors' children, having reached every perfection. Homage with Tagatas, directions and space. Trampling with her feet the seven worlds, able to draw forth all beings. Yoryu, Saka, Anu, Brahmu, Maru. Hosts of spirits, corpse raisers, Gandharvas and Yakshas. Tray and pay sounds. Those magic diagrams. Left out right in. Raging fire blaze. Spared for Mara's champion. She, Lotus visage, who of all enemies. Her feet is three jewel mudra, daunted, on her, radiant, loving lifting garlands of light, Tutari, Maris Davis, Salmon, all the guardians assembly, with her lives, every misfortune. Adorned with crescent, moon ornaments more shining, light resplendent, days with the unending fire abiding, surrounds you with her palm and her foot beats it, her letter humna, 7 levels she does conquer. Homage, happy, virtuous, peaceful. She whose field is peace nirvana. She endowed with Om Soha, destroyer of the great evil. Homage, she with joy surrounded, tearing foes' bodies asunder. Free with whom and knowledge mantra, arrangement of the 10 letters. Homage, Chure with the letter of the shape of syllable home. Right with stacking shapes of 3 worlds. Meru, Mandara, and Vidya. Homage holding in her hand the Emma Luna Deva Lake form with twice spoken Tara and Pay, totally dispelling poison. Then the kings and the kinaras do honor. Spirits, she dispelled bad dreams and conflicts. Homage, she used to light bright with radiance inside a full moon. This twice Tara and Chutara, she dispelled civic contagion. Homage full of liberating, powered by Seda three natures. Destroys hopes of spirits, yachas, and the corpse of Serpentura. These praises with the root mantras and prostration, thus 21. All my prostrate to the noble transcendent liberator. Homage Taurus with heroic, instantaneous, sprung from opening stamens of the lotus, three was two-born lotus. Homage she whose face combines 100 autumn moons at fullest, blazing with light rays resplendent, star collection. Golden blue one lotus, and adorned, giving austerities, patience, meditation, her field. Homage crown Gatas, actions triumph without limit. Relied on thy conqueror's children, having reached every perfection. Homage filling with desire, direction and space. Trampling with her feet the seven worlds, able to draw forth all beings. Homage worshipped by the all Lord, Chakra, Anu, Brahmu, Maru. Honored by the hosts of spirits, corpse raisers, Gandharvas and Yakshas. O Lord, Chakra, Anubhamu, honored by the hosts of spirits, corpse raisers, Gandharvas and Yakshas, homage with her tray and paid sounds at her, destroying those magic diagrams, her feet pressing left out right in, blazing in a raging fireblaze. Homage to a very dreadful destroyer of Mars champions. She with frowning lotus visage, who was slayer of all enemies. Homage at her heart of fingers, adorn her with Grijo Mudra. All directions wheels the door. Homage, she's so joyous, radiant, lifting garlands of light. Vichitare, subjugating Maris Davis. Homage, she able to summon all her guardians assembly. Shaking, crowning with her home knife, saving from every misfortune. Homage, crown adorned the crescent. Moon ornaments must shining in her henna, sending out much light eternal. Homage, she mid-reach the blaze with unending fire abiding. Bright skirts with joy surround you, troops of enemies controlling. Homage, she who strikes the ground with her palm and her foot beats it. Scowling with the letter home, the 7 levels she does conquer. Homage, happy, virtuous, peaceful, she who feels with peace nirvana. Woman Soha, destroyer of the great evil. Homage, she with joy surrounded, carrying close Marisa Sandra, knowledge mantra, the 10 letters. Homage to a received letter of the shape of syllable home. 5 foot standing shapes of 3 worlds. Meru, Mandara, and Vidya. Homage holding in her hand Hemak Muna Day, the leg form. With twice spoken Tara and Pei, totally dispelling poison. Homage choosing God. Send the kings and the Kinaras to honor. Armored in all joyful splendor. She dispels back dreams of conflict. Homage, she whose true eyes bright with radiance of sun and full moon. With Tritara and Tutarade. She dispels the contagion. Homage full of liberating. Powered by set of 3 natures. Destroy the spirits, Yakshas, and Supreme Ture. These phrases with the mantras and prostrations thus are 21. Oh, my prostrate to the noble transcendent liberator. Homage Tara swift heroic, earth like lightning instantaneous, sprung from opening stamens. Okay, so I'm here at Tukten Shirap Ling, going around the 16 Arhats. And it was right around here where I was encouraged by Kyabje Zopa Rinpoche to become ordained. And I remember I was having a conversation with him saying that these Arhats here, that 16 Arhats, that like I'm just waiting for them to start talking to me. They are so lifelike and absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful here, set in this stunning Aussie bush in Bendigo. I'll go through, just going through them all again, doing inner Kora. And I'll go through. Now here with this 3, the first one is Arhat Anjala, then Arhat Ajita in the middle, and Arhat Banavasin. Rejoicing in all their teachings and wisdom and practice, and that they are always here helping us, especially during these difficult COVID times. Then we have Arhat Mahakalika, Arhat Vajraputra, and Arhat Bandra. Now, I think we've all heard of these before. We've been around for a while, the noble elder, such holy Arhats, holy beings. Then here we have Arhat Kanaka Vatsa, Arhat Kanaka Baharadvaja in the middle, and Arhat Bakula there on the right. And here we have Arhat Rahula. I think he was one of the very first. Arhat Chuda Panthaka, Arhat Pindola Bharadvaja. Then we have over here, we have Arhat Maha Panthaka, Arhat Nagasena, Arhat Gopaka. Holy Arhats. Arhat Abhida Upasaka Dhammatala Maha Kasyapa. These three. And of course we have Buddha Shakyamuni in the middle. And we have the offering goddesses here, making offering to Buddha Shakyamuni. She's beautiful. So let's do some medicine Buddha mantras now. And I'll head back down to where we started from. Om Bekasi Maha Bekasi Vansa Sama Gare Soha. Om Bekasi Maha Bekasi Vansa Gare Soha. Om Bekasi Maha Bekasi Sama Gare Soha. Om Bekasi Maha Bekasi Vansa 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 Sama Gare Soha. Om Bekasi Maha Bekasi Sama Gare Soha. Maha Bekasi Vansa Sama Gare Soha. Om Bekasi Maha Bekasi Vansa Sama Gare Soha. Om Bekasi Maha Bekasi Gare Soha. Om Bekasi Maha Bekasi Vansa Sama 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 Gare Soha. Om Bekasi Maha Bekasi Vansa. Om Bekasi Maha Bekasi Vansa Sama Gare Soha. Om Bekasi Vansa Sama Gare Soha. Om Bekasi Maha 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 Bekasi Sama Gare Soha. Om Bekasi Maha Bekasi Sama Gare Soha. Om Bekasi Maha Bekasi Vansa 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 Sama Gare Soha. Om Bekasi Vansa Sama Gare Soha. Om Bekasi Maha Bekasi Vansa Sama Gare Soha. Om Bekasi Maha Bekasi Vansa Sama Gare Soha. Om Bekasi Maha Bekasi Sama Gare Soha. Bekasi Maha Bekasi Vansa Sama Gare. Om Bekasi Maha Bekasi Vansa Soha. Om Bekasi Vansa Sama Gare Soha. Om Vacancy, Maha, Vacancy, Vansa Samada. Om Vacancy, Ma. Vacancy, Vansa Samagate Soha. Om Vacancy, Maha, Vansa Samagate Soha. Om Vacancy, Vansa Samagate Soha. Om Vacancy, Maha, Vacancy, Vansa Samagate Soha. Om Vacancy, Maha, Vacancy, Soha. Om Vacancy, Maha, Vacancy, Vansa Samagate Soha. Om Vacancy, Maha, Vacancy, Vansa Samagate Soha. Om Vacancy, Maha, Vacancy, Vansa Samagate Soha. Om Vacancy, Maha, Vacancy, Vansa Gate Soha. Om Vacancy, Maha, Vacancy, Vansa Samagate Soha. Om Vacancy, Maha, Vansa Samagate Soha. Om Vacancy, Maha, Vacancy, 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 Vansa Samagate Soha. Okay, let's just spend a few moments reflecting on the support that we receive from the Buddhas and the Bodhisattvas, that they are always present here with us, supporting us to use what is in front of us and transform it into the path. And here we are in the condition of a pandemic, which is affecting so many people, maybe heading towards out the other end of it, but no doubt there'll be something else next. And this pandemic has been the cause for, I think, many prayers, to support people who are suffering. This may be purification for the disrespect that we have had towards each other and towards the world. The importance of always generating great love and kindness towards all beings. The equality, the equanimity will become a guiding force for governments. And that we may see beyond economic ends. That is not the guiding force. That compassion, great compassion. The compassion that is conjoined with the mind of enlightenment. May the energy of great compassion only become stronger, even during these degenerative times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms, the graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Generating great love and compassion in our hearts. And really may the aspirations of this prayer be quickly fulfilled. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed in the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, and the 424 diseases, and so forth. So many causes for suffering. May these prayers be the cause for all of them being overcome. Quickly, quickly. Generating great love and compassion, conjoined with whatever your understanding of the mind of enlightenment to be. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. May this be the case for us all, so that we can truly practice Dharma, work towards enlightenment for the benefit of all beings. May this become the cause for the paradigm shift that the world needs for survival. Paradigm shift towards equanimity and compassion for all beings, for the animals as well as us humans. And just imagine that all the Buddhas and the Bodhisattvas, the Arhats, our gurus, that this is the wish of us all spiritual people, all practicing people who have this wish. May it only become stronger. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth or infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And while we've got a little bit more time, we know some dedication prayers off by heart. So I'll do some walking around again. Sort of right here in the middle between Tupan Sherap Ling Teacher Center and the great stupa of universal compassion and peace named by His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Oh, okay, so let's turn around so I can see where you are. There we go. In the land encircled by the snowy mountains, you are the source of all happiness and good, all-powerful Chenrezig Tenzin Gyatso. Please, please live long. You who uphold the subduous moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, who accomplishes magnificent prayers, honoring the three jewels, Saviour of myself and others, your disciples. Please, please live long. Our special guru, Kyabje Zopa Rinpoche, who is always working for the benefit of others, who provides us with wonderful opportunities to practice Dharma and to develop our own mind towards the mind of enlightenment. He would be so happy to see this here in Bendigo. I can remember when it was just bush everywhere. None of this was here. And Kyabje Zopa Rinpoche and Lama Yeshe had this amazing vision for Bendigo. And when he was last here, the stupa wasn't complete. But it is now. Lama Zopa, it's completed now. Can you see it? It's just amazing. We would walk down here with Kyabje Zopa, and I really should be looking very careful. There are so many ants down here, and we must be so careful that we don't step on any of them. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow. And may that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. Bodhicitta, our own awakened heart. Of wisdom, our own Dhammakaya mind, may it open and increase more and more, so that our own bodhicitta, our own compassion becomes stronger and stronger. Conjoined with wisdom, may the supreme jewel of wisdom that has not arisen arise and grow. And may that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. The wisdom that understands the nature of reality, that things are not the way we think they are, not even close, that our own self-grasping, self-cherishing minds very quickly, spontaneously distorts the way reality really is. It destroys our capacity to see the way reality is, that everything is conjoined, that everything is a dependent arising, that everything is always changing. And that without a lot of practice in meditation, isolating ourselves from our family, from our loved ones, from our communities, and just really going over this in our mind again and again. Understanding the nature of reality and conjoining it with great compassion. Just as the great Bodhisattva Shantideva teaches in the Bodhisattva's Way of Life, which is what I've been studying with a very precious Geshe Sultram up in Chenrezig Institute, and also with a very precious Serkong Rinpoche, who has been teaching it in Dharamsala. He's on chapter 6 and Geshe Sultram is on chapter 8. Very powerful chapters and helping to transform the mind. I hope that we are all given the opportunity to really isolate our minds and to really meditate strongly on developing great compassion, that exchanging self for others is our MO, modus operandi, that our self-cherishing takes the back seat of the bus. What is the time here? I'm not even sure. Meetings, way to tick. Raise your hand. What's this? Disconnected audio. Can you not hear me? Chats. Okay, good. Is my time up? That's all right. Please, I'm sort of just really winging this today. Oh no, I've still got a few more minutes. Great. Okay, so once again, thank you for this wonderful opportunity to think beyond myself and to really try to think of others and the suffering that others are going through during these difficult times, and that may the supreme jewel of bodhicitta really arise in us all, along with the wisdom, understanding, emptiness. May that also arise in our mind. And this amazing stupa, the great stupa of compassion and great compassion and peace, may it just continue to be a beacon of hope for the world. I think it already has become that, a beacon of hope for the world, for this area. It's amazing how many visitors we have and just how this whole complex is growing. You saw Thupten Sherap Ling. I showed you a part of it. There are other aspects that are just absolutely beautiful and aspiring, reminding us of our great heritage, the Gelugpa tradition that we are a part of. I mean, you can understand why Tibet wanted to remain isolated, even though I'm sure it was far from perfect. But I think their lineage of great compassion certainly was more of a guiding force in its management than what it has been in the rest of the world. But let's hope that compassion, may these prayers that we are doing every weekend, may these prayers become the source of great purification and provide great hope for the world becoming a better place.
Venerable Dechen, Tashi Dele.
Tashi delay to you too.
This is Oksang Malanda, your brother in ordination.
Yes, I know. We're almost up to 2 years. Can you believe it?
Yeah, it's going to be 16th of June. Yeah, we can celebrate.
Yeah, I know. I hope your 2 years have been as I feel so blessed being a part of the red team, as I refer to it. We are part of the red team.
Yeah, exactly. Well, wonderful to see you. I was waiting for you to start doing the Kora around this great stupa of compassion.
I was up at Thupten Sherap Ling and I was sort of doing chorus up there around the Arhats and the 5 Dhyana Buddhas. I was doing chorus around them today, and I've just come down and just am standing in front of there we go. I'm just standing in front of the great stupa. Yeah, I have done that other sessions.
You did a session while doing a Kora around the stupa, did you?
Yes. Yeah. No, not this one.
Not this one.
But other weeks I have done that.
Oh, amazing. So thank you for allowing us to create causes to actually come there and to see this amazing stupa, kind of real life.
Oh yeah, please come. The energy here is just amazing, and I've watched this energy grow over the last 30 years, and it is just amazing. Please come.
Okay.
The monastery here would love to have you. Thupten Sherap Ling.
Sure. We keep on creating the causes for that to happen.
Yeah.
for
I know
borders
that.
to open, for Rinpoche to come and give
Yes.
there to lead the retreat.
Oh my gosh, he would be so happy to see what has been accomplished here. It's just amazing. It's amazing. Okay, thank you so much, and thank you for everything you do.
Thank you for doing this interactive session. I think it's very interesting for people to see, and to have this format. It's amazing.
Yeah. I know. I only wish I was better at it. Very amateur.
So have a wonderful, fruitful day, and the next week of Sakadava. Yeah. So it's a very, very special.
Yes. Thank you so much. And we'll see you next time.
See you around.
Yes.
Okay, dear brothers, sisters who are still here, let's keep a very good motivation, which Venerable Dechen already said, but maybe you're still joining. So my name is Thupten Dzogsank. I'm here in south of France, Nalanda Monastery. It's a wonderful time of the year. So many birds decided to join this session as well. Well, they were joining previous sessions as well. But anyways, we're not alone in this session, so it's good to know. Let's also try to have a feeling that all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas are actually here in front of us, looking at us with immense kindness, compassion, accepting us the way we are. Let's imagine a central figure being a 1,000-armed Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion, perfect love. Being inseparable from our dear teachers, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and whatever teachers you have a close connection. Then also try to imagine seated around us, numberless sentient beings, your mother on the left, your father on the right. All sentient beings in the human form. So we especially try to think of all people who are currently suffering from the COVID. Those people who are sick, who are dying, those people who are dead. Those people who are suffering because of domestic violence, those people having suicidal thoughts, those people who lost their jobs, those people who are confused, afraid. We are inviting them to our rooms, we are inviting them to our hearts, we are inviting them to join for this session, for this special practice which was advised by Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche and other lamas as a perfect remedy to heal the world at these difficult, turbulent times. So it's very good to have this in mind, that we are following the advice of our gurus, our teachers. And this alone becomes the most amazing practice of Guru Yoga. Very profound way to create even closer connection with our teachers. It becomes a way to accumulate heaps, enormous amount of positive force, which will drive us all the way to enlightenment eventually. So let's think how amazing, how wonderful that we are able to accomplish this. We are able to follow the advice of our gurus. So keeping all dear mothers and sentient beings in our heart, we also double check the motivation. The purpose of our life is to benefit numberless sentient beings who have been the cause of our happiness in the past, in the future, in the present. Numberless sentient beings who have been our dear mothers numberless times. So how we can be of greatest benefit to them? In order to be most beneficial to them, we need to know the exact remedy each sentient being needs. For that, we need to have clairvoyance. On top of that, we need to have a special ability. We need to have a power. We need to have numberless bodies to be helpful whenever it's needed, without being limited just to one body. On top of that, we need to have a great compassion in order not to give up on sentient beings when we face some kind of difficulties, obstacles. But most of all, we need to have a great wisdom, understanding the way things exist, the way sentient beings exist. So we need to have this wisdom penetrating reality the way it is. So who possesses these qualities? Only Buddha possesses these qualities. Therefore, I need to become one. I need to become Buddha myself. Only then I'll be the most beneficial to others. So how do I become a Buddha? I become Buddha by creating the causes. Creating the causes to have the wisdom body of the Buddha, the Dhammakaya, and the form body of the Buddha, the Rupakaya. How do I create these two bodies? I create them by accumulating two collections of merit and collection of wisdom. And that's exactly what we are doing with this practice. So we're sharing the screen now. So this is Thangtong Gyalpo, the great Mahasiddhi, the great yogi of Tibet. Lama Zopa Rinpoche says that he is a Buddha Shakyamuni himself, just manifesting in this form to benefit Tibetans at that certain time. So by relying on him, by relying on the prayer which he composed, we can accomplish a lot. We can pacify the pandemic. We can heal the world, exactly as it happened a long time ago in Tibet. So we take refuge together. All sentient beings, my mothers, for infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, for infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, for infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of all minds, the Dhammakaya. So before reciting the Mani mantra, we can think that from the central figure of our refuge field, thousand-armed Chenrezig, from his heart, numberless light rays are emanated in all directions, touching all dear Mother sentient beings, purifying all the sicknesses, all the troubles, all the depressions, all negative karma, all obscurations to personal liberation, all obscurations to omniscience, Buddhahood. So let's try to imagine that everything is made of light. There is no abstraction for this healing light rays to reach sentient beings, to purify sentient beings. So with this in mind, we start the recitation. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, mani padme Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme Om mani padme hum, mani padme So we will continue reciting, but after each verse of the actual prayer, because it will help us to actually reflect on the meaning and then bring this meaning into our visualization. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. So we think about this while reciting the mantra. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, mani padme Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. And we carry on. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remain instant, not occur in the realms of the world. So here we think about the current pandemic, and we also think about the pandemics which might happen in the future, all different kind of new variants of this virus and so on. So, and we especially focus that this light rays emanated from the heart of Chenrezig. They're purifying the current pandemic and all the future pandemics. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, mani padme Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, Om mani padme. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose name terrify beings as though been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. So we focus on this meaning, especially so many people are afraid, terrified, as it is said in the prayer, that the mere sound of whose name terrify beings, the sound of pandemics. So we think that all sentient beings are getting free from all the fears, all the sicknesses, pandemics, and it vanishes completely. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. So we focus on that meaning, knowing that there are so many sicknesses caused by spirit harm, and so many different types of diseases. So everything, we imagine that all this causes all the spirit harm, all the kind of diseases, completely purified from the realm of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever sufferings there are, the disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. So specifically we focus on purification of all the disturbances caused by the four elements, like earth, water, fire, and wind. So total pacification of all the imbalances between these elements. And we're focusing on all sentient beings being endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Especially those beings who do good for others, who are like sunshines of this world. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. And the final verse. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Kinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So here we can focus by that, by relying on the merit field, all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, Dharma protectors, guardians, Dakas and the Kinis, by relying on the karma and its effect, then all sentient beings are completely purified from all the subtle, even the subtle stains, preventing them to realize the Buddha potential, to realize their stainless, pure state of mind. So we think that eventually all sentient beings becoming enlightened in the aspect of Buddha of compassion, Chenrezig. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme So let's try to imagine as if it really happened. Think that all sentient beings are completely purified of all the afflictive obscurations, cognitive obscurations, and eventually reaching enlightenment in the aspect of compassion, Avalokiteshvara. And by, of course, if you check it, it's not like that yet, but we have about 4 minutes to dedicate. So let's try to really dedicate properly to make this practice complete. So let's think of 3 times merits accumulated by ourselves. all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and all sentient beings. And we also think that these merits do not exist from their own side. They're dependent origination. They're dependently a reason based on the virtuous activities. So we dedicate all this enormous amount of merit towards Buddhahood, the ultimate remedy towards all the sicknesses, all the problems, all the afflictions, all the sufferings. Before that happens, we also dedicate all this merit so that all the people who are suffering right now, all people who are sick, especially of COVID, they get the remedy, they become healthy. We also dedicate towards the pacification of all the wars going on in this world, all the conflicts, especially in Israel, especially in Myanmar, in Colombia, in Yemen, and any other place where there is conflict, there is war going on, that to be pacified, stopped immediately. We also dedicate this merit for this planet, the only home we have right now, to for all the global warming, all the disturbances of the elements, all the fires, and increasing temperatures all be pacified and balanced. For humans to stop harming the planet, but instead to take care of the planet. So that this planet will continue being a home, a suitable home for all of us to practice Dharma, to continue the path, as long as we're still alive, or maybe in the future if we are born here again. And eventually we dedicate for the long life of our dear teachers, of our lamas, because without them it's difficult to imagine what how life would be without meeting the Dharma, without receiving the guidance, advice, how to practice, what to do. The life would be quite empty. So we dedicate for their long life and swift fulfillment of all their wishes. For His Holiness the Dalai Lama, for Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, all other teachers you feel close connection to. So we mentally dedicate for that. Yeah, thank you for joining this Saturday, 22nd of May, which will not going to be the same again. So let's try to make this unique day quite meaningful by doing good, doing our best to engage in virtue. Just sometimes just smiling to somebody, just saying something nice, giving a hand to somebody around is already bringing a big difference in this world. And since there are many of us just doing small things, eventually big result. So thank you so much to all who is organizing, to all who is participating, and to Venerable Tek Chok, who is leading the next session. Thank you so much.
Okay, so Venerable Dzogchen, how are you this morning?
Fortunately, I woke up alive, and while doing the session, I remembered the dream I had. So with one of Yeah, there were very interesting characters participating in the dream.
Okay, tell me, I heard that you practice yoga. You know a few asanas.
Sometimes this happens.
And you probably, as all the yogis, you probably have a mat.
Yes.
Could you recommend a good mat for me?
Yes.
Thick one. I want a thick one.
Yes. And the color of your floor.
Ah, that would be nice, but probably not will happen.
We'll try to arrange in the best manner.
Okay, I have a practice to lead. So
oh, really? What kind of practice?
It's called Saturday Zoom.
I see.
Yes.
So
okay.
Enjoy.
Thank you very much. See you later.
Thank you.
Okay, so I would like to thank the media team at Chenrezig Institute. Thank you so much. And I would like to thank Venerable Damcho, who's doing the administration of these practices. Thank you very much. And let us start while we're doing this practice, how we're doing this practice, and who we are including in our thoughts. So visualize that all sentient beings are in human form, are sitting around you. Think that ultimately you are leading them to enlightenment. But temporarily, we're wishing them to be free from any disease and the world is rid of the COVID-19 pandemic. Just visualize all sentient being in human form. All the insects, all the animals, all the fish. All those sentient beings that we cannot see with our eyes, smell, taste. Have no experience with them. Even if we have experience with them, we don't know that that is that. All are sitting around us in human form. And we're leading them in taking refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of schools, yidams, and the kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of schools, yidams, and the kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of schools, yidams, and the kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. The visualization of 1,000-armed Chenrezig that is good to do while reciting Om Mani Padme Hum, which is recommended by Rinpoche to accompany this practice, I took from Lama Zopa Rinpoche's advice given in Madrid in 2009, and I found it on the Lama Yeshe Wisdom Archive. So visualize 1,000-armed Chenrezig. He is white in color, with 1,000 hands, and each one there is an eye. The hands closest to its body hold implements. He has 11 heads. Very peaceful, wise, compassionate. Wears silken garments. He is adorned with many jeweled necklaces, bracelets, anklets, tiara. Ready to help each and every sentient being. So visualize this Chenrezig, this Avalokiteshvara, the embodiment of compassion and wisdom. I'm saying wisdom, I'm adding the wisdom part. As you know, in the Prajnaparamita, the Heart Sutra, it is Chenrezig, it is Avalokiteshvara who is giving the teaching on emptiness. So visualize him on the crown of every hell being, hungry ghost, animals, human beings, asuras, intermediate beings, and also yourself. On the crown on every one of us, there is a Chenrezig. And nectar beams are emitting from him, and then entering into the body and mind. This nectar beams are purifying sicknesses. You must realize that any sickness, any spirit harm, the cause of those is negative karma and defilements. Not necessarily in this lifetime, collected from beginning with rebirth up to now. And these nectar beams are completely purifying. And now we can think of the COVID-19 pandemic. People are in lockdown. It seems that Europe is opening up. India, Nepal, people are extremely suffering in hospitals and respirators. People who are suffering mentally, physically, financially, socially. Visualize the 1,000-armed Chenrezig emitting this nectar beams and purifying all the suffering of mother sentient beings. We should request Chenrezig to guide us. Rinpoche says that it's good to remember to visualize their suffering as extensive as possible, and they're constantly being purified as we chant or recite the Chenrezig mantra. We must realize that all sentient beings received all the past and future happiness. This is why they're most precious and most kind ones in our lives. Without sentient beings, we would not exist. Without sentient beings, we would not have life the way we have it. We would not have the experiences we have without sentient beings, completely dependent on them. We are half-decent people. I must think, I must free them from all their suffering and its causes and bring them to compassion, Buddha's enlightenment. Who else if not me? To do this, I must achieve compassionate Buddha's enlightenment. Therefore, the most important thing in my life is to develop great compassion. This is of utmost importance, because as I am now, I definitely cannot do it. For that, I must receive the blessing of the deity of compassion. We can do a request that is in the Nyune Sadhana. O I, a compassionate eyed one, who is the treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me, as well as all mothers and fathers in all extremes, to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound, peerless awakening mind may grow. With the tea of your great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusions. Please lead me and my greatest with your hand of compassion to fields of bliss. O I, a compassionate eyed one, who is the treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me, as well as all mothers and fathers in all six realms, to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound, peerless awakening mind may grow. With that tear of great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusions. Please lead me and my greatest with your hand of compassion to fields of bliss. O I, a great compassionate eyed one, who is the treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me, as well as all mothers and fathers and all six realms, to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound, peerless awakening mind may grow. With that tear of great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusions. Please lead me and my greatest with your hand of compassion to fields of bliss. I'd like us to dedicate each Om Mani Padme Hum that we recite to the fulfillment of the holy wishes of our virtuous friends, His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Kyabje Zopa Rinpoche, and others. Through the generation of loving kindness and compassion, may all the wars and killing and famine and diseases like the COVID-19 pandemic and all the conflicts, inner and outer, and the imbalance of the elements in the world stop right now. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases inside the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God, spirit, innocence, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, the power of the Guineas Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases inside the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such that the harms of Graha spirits, innocence of the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the ghouls and the three jewels, by the power of the kidneys, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases and sadden the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such that the harms of God's spirits, innocent the Buddhas, not occur in the realm of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realm of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the ghouls and the three jewels, the power of the kidney, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases inside the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's spirits, innocent of the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the ghouls and the three jewels, by the kidney, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all the dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases and the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's spirits, innocent of the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiant prayer and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Street Jewels, the power of the Kini Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases inside the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of God's spirit, innocent, the Buddhas, not occur in the realm of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Sorry. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Dharma, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Street Jewels, the power of the Kini Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases inside the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's spirit, innocent the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realm of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Street Jewels, the power of the Kini Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all the dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Now we can let go of the visualization of thousand-armed Chenrezig, dissolved into a sphere of light that is absorbed into you and permeates your whole body. Okay, we can start dedicate for the sick. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses, and may all sicknesses, without exception of transmigratory beings, never occur again. In all my lives, never separate from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities of the grounded path, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. By the force of the victorious One Tsongkhapa, acting as our direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may we never turn away even for a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. May I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of the victorious one Losang Drapa, who lived an eminent life endowed with pure morality, a brave heart in doing the Bodhisattva's extensive deeds, and the yoga of 2 stages, the supreme transcendental wisdom of non-dual bliss and emptiness. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. We could hit it with emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I am completely empty of existing from my own side. Achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone. I am completely empty of existing from my own side. I fully dedicate all the virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri who knows reality, and just like Samantha Bhattacharya as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with dedication praise as the best by the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times, in order to have good conduct. The 2 types of merits of the 3 times of myself and others, may the teachings of Victor San Blossom Drop shine resplendent forever. And for the IMI, may I and all others, particularly the IMI Sangha, be able to live a life of pure moral conduct like Lama Tsongkhapa himself, train the mind in bodhicitta, live in pure view and conduct. In this way, may we be able to complete our lives without corrupting the pure wisdom of the second Buddha's teaching. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Samsara nirvana, like even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect and dependent arising and betraying. I seek your blessing to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought that these 2 are mutually complementary and not contradictory. And for the long lives of our lamas, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind, supreme Thangtong Gyalpo, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the Submedura's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, 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 live long. So I think I finished, and I wonder who is coming up now.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning, Raffaello. How are you?
It's good. Good. Yeah. Fantastic.
Where are you?
I'm in Pumaya, in Italy.
Yes, I know Pumaya.
Yeah. You've been. And you, teacher, where are you now?
I'm in Nalanda.
Oh, in Nalanda. Okay. Good. Yeah, I miss that place. I've been there when just open the retreat there, so very long time ago.
Yeah, 40 years ago.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Time passed and nothing happened to my mind. But anyway,
I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
Okay. Yeah, the changing by the impermanence. That for sure there is some changing.
Yeah, and for the better, I'm sure.
I hope so. Okay, yes. So thank you. Now I continue with. I think there are some Italian, so I will guide in Italian.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
Take care. Bring the homage to everyone there from my side.
Okay.
Thank you. Bene, buongiorno a tutti. Ciao Irene, ciao Livio e poi ciao a tutti quelli che sono in collegamento in altri modi. Penso in YouTube ci sia ancora qualcuno. Ok, allora cominciamo subito con il prendere posizione fisica e mentale per scorrere questa mezz'oretta veloce di meditazione tutti assieme, rilassando il nostro corpo e portando la nostra mente qui dove c'è il corpo per qualche minuto. Con una mente più rilassata e consapevole in un corpo rilassato, quindi senza dicotomia tra corpo e mente, cerchiamo di far sorgere la corretta motivazione, che è l'aspetto più importante di qualsiasi pratica che noi vogliamo fare. Senza di essa la nostra pratica non diventa una pratica di Dharma, ma molto probabilmente rimane una pratica così che fa affidamento agli altri Dharma mondani. Quindi siccome chi mi ascolta siete tutti dei praticanti già affermati e con esperienza, quindi lascio a ognuno di noi 2 o 3 minuti per sviluppare la motivazione corretta. Avendo sviluppato una motivazione corretta, è il momento di prendere rifugio e quindi visualizziamo di fronte a noi la figura di Chenrezig, che vedete sullo schermo per aiutarci, e attorno a noi tutti gli esseri senzienti da quelli che amiamo di più a quelli che non, pensiamo di non amare, sia conosciuti che sconosciuti. E le guidiamo nella presa di rifugio. Quindi prendo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha tramite la pratica della generosità e delle altre perfezioni. Posso ottenere lo stato di Buddha per poter beneficiare tutti gli esseri, nessuno escluso. Prendo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha tramite la pratica delle perfezioni, come la generosità, posso io ottenere lo stato di Buddha per il beneficio di tutti gli esseri senzienti. Prendo rifugio nel Guru, nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Tramite la pratica della generosità e delle altre perfezioni posso ottenere lo stato di Buddha per il beneficio di tutti gli esseri senzienti. E una volta che abbiamo preso rifugio, ora recitiamo il mantra di Avalokitesvara, di Chenrezig, immaginando che dal cuore del Buddha visualizzato di fronte a noi raggi di luce bianca si emanano e pervadono il nostro corpo stesso, il corpo degli esseri senzienti di fronte attorno a noi, e veniamo purificati. Il nostro compito è quello di mantenere la concentrazione sulla visualizzazione e sulla recitazione. Ogni volta che perdiamo il contatto ci dimentichiamo, e quindi questo è l'ostacolo principale alla consapevolezza, che ci ricordiamo. Consapevolezza vuol dire memoria. Riportiamo la nostra attenzione su quello che stiamo facendo, senza giudizio nei nostri confronti, senza biasimo, ma semplicemente con contentezza, perché ci siamo accorti che abbiamo dimenticato il gioco. Quindi cominciamo. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Intanto che recitiamo, ogni tanto ricordiamoci della motivazione in modo tale che rimanga fresca e viva e condizioni in modo positivo la nostra recitazione. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Inoltre cerchiamo di sentire la purificazione, l'azione purificante dei raggi di luce che provengono da Chenrezig e che pervade il nostro corpo e soprattutto il corpo degli altri esseri attorno a noi. Quindi una purificazione che riguarda solo noi, non solo noi personalmente, ma tutti gli altri attorno. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Bene, ora che abbiamo recitato, facciamo quest'altra per una volta la preghiera effettiva, che è come una dedica, e quindi recitiamo assieme. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai bhuttas e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che portano a essere macellato, separino il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti essere incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti essere incarnati e non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente e le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi, che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru e dei terrari supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza e l'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. E ora facciamo l'assorbimento di Buddha Chenrezig che è di fronte a noi, e quindi immaginiamo che essendo fatti di luce si può muovere a suo piacimento, viene sopra la sommità del nostro capo, si rimpicciolisce ed entra dentro di noi, passando attraverso il canale centrale, fino a posizionarsi esattamente al nostro cuore, e la mente di Buddha Chenrezig e la nostra mente diventano di un unico sapore, mescolandosi. Quindi rimaniamo un attimo in contemplazione di ciò. Una volta fatto questo assorbimento, ora facciamo le dediche e quindi ci prendiamo il tempo giusto per poter fare più dediche che possiamo. La realizzazione di bodhicitta possa la preziosa e suprema bodhicitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata e possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescere sempre di più. E questo è il metodo. Andiamo sulla saggezza. Sansara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca e causa ed effetto e l'origine dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna, che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Quindi ovviamente per i malati, che è la ragione principale per cui stiamo facendo da lungo questa maratona, ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie. Possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più, senza eccezione. E per incontrare un perfetto guru in tutte le vite, che è importante, posso in tutte le mie vite non essere mai separata da guru perfetti, posso io godere il magnifico Dharma, completando tutte le qualità dei terreni e sentieri, posso io ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vajradhara. per essere sempre usato di esseri senzienti, come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco e l'aria, le medicine e il legno da ardere nelle foreste, posso io essere sempre usato di esseri senzienti, esattamente come a loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. E per considerare gli esseri senzienti molto preziosi, tanto quanto i Buddha, per la nostra evoluzione interiore, posso io prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita, posso io considerarli ancora di più che di me stesso, possa il loro karma negativo maturare su di me, possono tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. E questa è l'essenza del Tonglen. E questa è l'aspirazione di quando uno diventa bodhisattva, di morire nel samsara per gli esseri senzienti, fino a che tutti gli esseri senzienti non sono stati liberati dal samsara, posso io di morire nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se io potessi ottenere la suprema illuminazione. Posso diventare come un gioiello che esaudisce tutti i desideri e come un albero che esaudisce e soddisfa tutte le speranze degli esseri trasmigratori. Soltanto nel vedermi, sentirmi, pensarmi o ricordarmi e anche toccandomi e parlando con me, possono tutte le sofferenze di quegli esseri venire pacificate istantaneamente e possa esserci felicità per sempre. Sigilliamo i meriti con la vacuità. Per tutti i meriti del passato, presente e futuro, accumulati da me, dai innumerevoli Buddha e innumerevoli esseri senzienti, che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte, possa io, che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione, che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, e guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti, che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte, a quello stato che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, da solo, che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte. E quindi facciamo la dedica per la lunga vita di Sua Santità il Dalai Lama, gioiello che esaudisce i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile Thangtong Gyalpo, ti supplico, posto in tuoi santi desideri e sia esauditi spontaneamente. E per la lunga vita di Lama Zopa Rinpoche e di tutti i maestri a cui noi facciamo affidamento. Tu che detieni l'etica del soggiugatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa di Manjunath, che magistralmente compie magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre supremi. Salvatore mio e degli altri tuoi discepoli, per favore, ti prego, vivi a lungo. Ecco, abbiamo finito e adesso abbiamo la venerabile Siliana, quindi vi lascio in mani fantastiche, in una guida eccellente, quindi vi ringrazio per la vostra partecipazione attiva e costante. Ciao Siliana.
Buongiorno, buongiorno.
Mi pare che siamo a 200 metri di distanza, però...
Sì, più o meno, sì, però va bene, no? No. Grazie per avermi mandato il mio messaggio stamattina. Ieri sera ero con mia mamma, per cui alle 11 ho realizzato che non avevo mandato gli orari degli italiani. Mi sembra un po' troppo tardi mandare il messaggio a quell'ora.
Guarda, abbiamo Irene che ha una presenza incredibile, quando c'è qualcosa me lo comunica subito, perché nemmeno io mi ero accorto, e quindi proprio dobbiamo ringraziarla perché è proprio... Okay. Ci affidiamo a lei, guarda, veramente.
Vabbè, no, io mi non mando i messaggi alle 11 di sera, mi sono tardi, il massimo alle 10. E ieri sera ero lì con mia mamma, figurati, fino alle 11 e mezza, quindi mi è passato di mente, ok? Grazie per stamattina. Ok, tutto bene?
Sì, sì, sì. Io sto bene, sì, ho già fatto il mio primo servizio, ho portato il mio genero a prendere il treno alle 7 del mattino, per cui sono in pista. Ok, ciao Siliana.
Okay. Ciao, buona giornata. Ciao.
Anche te, grazie, ciao a tutti.
Ciao. So first of all, I like to thanks again the Chenrezig people, the team that is supporting us constantly. We are already in the 43rd week, and thank you very much for their support, because without them we couldn't really do this activity. Ok, ringraziato il Centro Chenrezig per il team del Centro Chenrezig che ci aiuta costantemente. Adesso siamo già nella 43esima settimana di questa maratona della preghiera, che sta coinvolgendo tantissime persone, ed è veramente un'ottima cosa avere questo supporto anche da tutti quanti quelli che ci stanno seguendo e che hanno piacere di sentire e continuare questo impegno. è veramente creare come una rete intorno al mondo di energia positiva, perché appunto recitiamo da tutte le parti del mondo, dall'India, dall'Australia, America, Europa, quindi è proprio veramente si crea questa connessione molto forte di energia positiva. E poi soprattutto dal momento che è stato un'idea è un desiderio di Lama Zopa Rinpoche che noi facessimo questa attività, ci siamo impegnati con grande gioia per fare questo, ed è molto bello che ci siano tanti monaci e monache che partecipano, e anche nelle varie lingue, e questo ci fa sentire veramente molto internazionali. Ok, quindi adesso non sto a parlare troppo perché ho il problema che io mi dilungo nelle storie. Comunque, possiamo metterci nella posizione corretta di meditazione. Particolarmente cerchiamo di metterci seduti comodi, con la spina dorsale dritta. Teniamo per un po' gli occhi chiusi o socchiusi, la bocca in una posizione naturale, e lasciamo andare tutte quante le tensioni. Lasciamo andare tutte le tensioni dai muscoli del volto, del collo, delle spalle e così via. Piano piano portiamo la nostra attenzione al movimento naturale del respiro. Immaginiamo intorno a noi tutti quanti gli esseri viventi. Alla nostra destra gli esseri maschili a partire dal nostro padre, alla nostra sinistra gli esseri femminili a partire da nostra madre, dietro tutti quanti le persone che consideriamo care, amiche, e di fronte tutte le persone che ci creano dei problemi, degli ostacoli, e che consideriamo nemiche. Immaginiamo di fronte a noi il nostro guru radice, il nostro guru o Chenrezig, Buddha Shakyamuni, o l'essere che ci ispira infinito amore e compassione. Quando inspiriamo, pensiamo di ricevere le benedizioni dei guru, da Chenrezig, che riempie completamente, pervade completamente il nostro corpo, la luce, attiva, purifica tutto il nostro sistema nervoso. E quando espiriamo, immaginiamo che diamo amore e compassione a tutti quanti gli altri esseri viventi. Quindi dal profondo del cuore, con la motivazione di essere del maggior beneficio possibile per tutti quanti gli esseri viventi. Prendiamo rifugio nelle qualità che noi stessi riusciremo a realizzare. Quindi prendiamo rifugio nell'infinito amore, nell'infinita compassione, nella saggezza di tutti quanti Buddha, che è lo stato che noi stessi raggiungeremo. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative dei Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative dei Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, Dharmakaya. Ora, mentre recitiamo il mantra Mani Padme Hum, possiamo pensare che tutti quanti gli esseri recitano il mantra insieme a noi. In particolare questo mantra è potente e contiene tutti quanti gli insegnamenti del Buddha. E in particolare rappresenta la Om, il nostro corpo, parole e mente, e il corpo, parole e mente del Buddha. Mani è il gioiello che Chenrezig tiene nelle mani e rappresenta la grande compassione. Padme è il fiore di loto che Chenrezig tiene nelle mani e rappresenta la saggezza. Hum è come la conclusione, possiamo noi realizzare questo. E recitando il mantra, praticamente purifichiamo le impronte mentali negative dei 6 difetti mentali principali, come appunto l'orgoglio, la gelosia, l'invidia, l'arroganza, l'attaccamento, la bramosia e il rancore, la rabbia e l'avidità, l'avarizia. E mentre recitiamo il mantra, nutriamo le impronte positive per realizzare le 6 perfezioni, appunto della pazienza, della generosità, della moralità, dello sforzo entusiastico, la concentrazione, la saggezza. Purifichiamo le impronte mentali negative di rinascere nei 6 reami inferiori, nei 6 reami dell'esistenza ciclica, i 3 inferiori e i 3 superiori. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Padme Hum, Mani 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 Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om. Ora recitiamo la preghiera effettiva di Thangtong Gyalpo. Recitiamo per 3 volte, poi dopo spero se rimanga un po' di tempo. Recitiamo anche la preghiera sempre di Thangtong Gyalpo che libera dalla paura e pacifica le carestie, che penso in tutto il mondo ci sono tantissime persone che stanno morendo di fame adesso. Possono tutte le malattie e caratteristiche elementi degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati agli spiriti grandi, dalle malattie, dai Buddha, dagli elementi non verificarsi nei rami del mondo, possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo, possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru dei 3 rari supremi, con i poteri dei Dakin, dei protettori dei Dharma, dei guardiani, e con la forza e l'infallibilità del Karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie, i caratteristici elementi degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal Karma e dalle condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti, dalle malattie, dai Buddha e dagli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo, possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo, possono degli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, in cui il semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati o non essere danneggiati delle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati ai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru dei 3 rari supremi, con i poteri dei Dakin, dei protettori dei Dhamma, dei guardiani e con la forza e l'infallibilità del Karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie e caratteristiche elementi degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati dagli spiriti grandi, dalle malattie, dai Buddha e dagli elementi non verificarsi nei rami del mondo, possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo, possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, e quel semplice suono del loro nome terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati da 80.000 casi di interferenza annosa, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati da 4 alimenti che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere e siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione del Guru dei Terrari Supremi, con il potere dei Arcani, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza di infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Ora recitiamo la preghiera per la paura delle carestie, è sempre stata composta da Thangtong Gyalpo. Avendo generato la mente che aspira alla suprema illuminazione per liberare veramente gli infiniti esseri viventi, tu, vittorioso e compassionevole, hai completato le tue accumulazioni. L'assemblea dei Buddha guida, Bodhisattva, uditori, pratica Buddha, Guru, Idan, Dakini, guardiani del Dharma, delle 10 direzioni, Yaksha, dei delle ricchezze, dei signori dei tesori insieme al loro seguito. Pensa con amore a questi esseri viventi senza protezione in questi tempi degenerati e poi per proteggere veramente questi esseri incarnati che sono tormentati dalle sofferenze, dalla fame, dalla sete e dalla povertà. Lascia cadere una pioggia di qualsiasi godimento attraente sia necessario, gioielli, cibo, ricchezza, cereali, biancheria da letto e così via, sulla terra delle nevi in questo mondo. Per favore pacifica i danni dei 4 elementi, vento, fuoco, siccità, pioggia, inondazioni e così via, e che i grani e i nutrienti delle coltivazioni, i raccolti e così via maturino e aumentino come nell'età del completamento. Per la forza di aver fatto richieste estese con intense suppliche attraverso la forza dell'amore, della compassione, possa il leone delle malattie, litigi, carestie essere pacificate e possiamo avere una lunga vita felice senza malattie. Attraverso la grande compassione dei vittoriosi e dei loro figli e la forza dell'infallibile verità di causa e effetto, possono gli insegnamenti vittoriosi diffondersi e aumentare e possono gli esseri viventi velocemente ottenere la più alta illuminazione. Ora recitiamo le preghiere di dedica. Possa la preziosa suprema bodhicitta sorge in chi non l'ha ancora generata e possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescersi sempre più. Samsara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atto di esistenza intrinseca e causa, effetto e origine dipendenti sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato e il pensiero di Nagarjuna, che questi due sono mutualmente complementari. Poi la recitazione della preghiera per i malati. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie. Possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più, senza eccezione. Poi sigilliamo i meriti con la vacuità. Per tutti i meriti del passato, del presente e futuro accumulati da me e da innumerevoli Buddha, innumerevoli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti da esistere dalla loro parte, possa io che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte e guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte a quello stato che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, da sola che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte. Richiamo ancora per la lunga vita di Sua Santità e Dalai Lama, gioiello che esaudisci i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile Tenzin Gyatso, ti supplico, possono i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. Per la lunga vita di Lama Zopa Rinpoche, tu che detieni l'etica del soggiorgatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa e imagionata, che magistralmente compie magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tuoi supremi, Salvatore mio e degli altri tuoi discepoli, per favore, ti prego, vivi a lungo. quindi ora volevo ricordare che siamo ancora nel periodo, siamo nel periodo di Sakadawa, il mese dell'illuminazione di Buddha Sakyamuni, in cui le azioni positive e negative amplificano la loro potenzialità, per cui è molto importante cercare di dedicarsi nel compiere azioni positive, ovvero ricordiamoci dell'insegnamento essenziale del Buddha, di non danneggiare alcun essere vivente, cercare di agire soltanto in un modo costruttivo, ovvero di compiere quelle azioni che portino come risultato benessere e felicità, e di proteggere la mente dalla confusione, particolarmente avere sempre la consapevolezza e la presenza mentale della legge di causa-effetto e dell'interdipendenza dei fenomeni. Questo è fondamentale per creare proprio il nostro futuro, un futuro di pace e armonia. E poi ancora volevo ricordare che mercoledì è proprio il giorno in cui si commemora l'illuminazione, la nascita, l'illuminazione e il parinirvana di Buddha Sakyamuni, per cui è una giornata molto importante. E le giornate con le varie attività comincerà praticamente alle 5 del mattino con gli insegnamenti di Sua Santità il Dalai Lama. A seguire ci saranno degli insegnamenti con Geshe Tenzin Tempe dall'Istituto Lama Tsongkhapa, poi alle 10:30 un insegnamento di Serko Rinpoche da Dharamsala, che tradurrò in italiano, e se potete avere tutte quante le informazioni sul sito dell'istituto. Nel pomeriggio alle 6 ci sarà un rituale di preghiera dall'Istituto Lama Tsongkhapa che sarà trasmesso via Zoom, e alla sera ci sarà un insegnamento alle 8:30 di Geshe Konchukyob dal centro di Genova. E quindi è una giornata molto speciale, e se avete la possibilità di prendere gli 8 precetti Mahayana è una cosa veramente molto buona e aiuta veramente, diventa veramente il modo per contribuire nella pace del mondo. Quindi direi che questa è la cosa fondamentale. Se uno non riesce a prendere gli 8 precetti Mahayana proprio nel giorno dell'illuminazione del Buddha, lo può prendere in altri giorni. E nel sito di YouTube FPMT Italiano trovate appunto gli 8 precetti Mahayana guidati dalla Lama Zopa Rinpoche anche in italiano, e sotto le spiegazioni del video ci sono tutti quanti i link per poter scaricare le preghiere e le spiegazioni. Ok, grazie a tutti quanti e arrivederci alla prossima settimana. E le sessioni di italiano continuano nella mattinata con allora vediamo un po'. Le sessioni in italiano saranno oggi alle 10:30, poi alle 11:30 e alle 19:30. Ok, grazie a tutti e adesso saluto Venerable Damcho. Good morning.
Good morning, Venerable Ciliana. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Everything okay?
Yes, the sun is shining. We had quite a, a stormy and wet night.
Oh.
It was quite, yeah. The rain was lashing down on the roof and it blew all the plants around in the garden. So yes, but the sun is out now, and that's
here we have the weather like England, raining.
Look at it this way: it's purifying nectar from the Buddhas, isn't it?
Yes, I'm happy with this. I'm just thinking about the plants here that I really enjoy because they are growing, because we have an alternate, sun and rain. So the plants are so happy, So yes. It's just really gorgeous to see this, very good.
And the rainbows. We mustn't forget the rainbows.
Sometimes it happens, yes. Okay, my dear. I
Take
like
care.
your session, and thank you very much for all the work that you're doing, because it's just great, you know, really great. Without you, we couldn't really manage. Anyway,
Look, without everyone else, I couldn't manage either.
Of course.
It's a massive team effort. If it would be just me trying to do the IT, trying to fill all the slots, it wouldn't work. So thank you very much. And everyone who supports, you know, the individual sessions. I see you had Livia there, Tina is here. So it's always nice to see so many, you know, join in on the sessions as well. So
yes.
thank you, everyone. Thank you to you, Venerable.
Okay. Have a nice day. Ciao.
You too. See you
Ciao,
next
ciao.
week. Bye-bye.
See you. Ciao, ciao.
Oh, bless. So, yes, good morning. My name is Damcho. I'm based in the UK. And thank you for everyone who so kindly joined the sessions earlier. And if you're staying on for more sessions as well, it's much appreciated. And I see, Nagarjuna sent this here as well. Ooh, good, guys. No pressure. That could be Venerable Paloma in the background. So she's taken over. So yes, just let's refocus. As you notice, I'm slightly joyous, I think, because it's a beautiful day after a stormy night out there, and sun is shining. I'm still alive, and if you're listening to me, well, you're alive too. It's a great thing, given quite a lot of tragedies that we see around the world right now. So we should never take, waking up for granted. So thank you very much. So if you just take a moment to just calm the mind after my chatter. Just reset our motivation while we're here. And those of you who have seen me before, you know that I like to recite a few verses from the King of Prayers. If you're looking for the chronological order, if you know the King of Prayers, I've never found that particular sequence. They're not consecutive in text, so they're selected. So, but I thought they're really nice because it sets the motivation. It acknowledges the community that we're practicing with and that we're in, a part of, and it acknowledges our teachers and gurus, and it also sets bodhicitta. May I ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wanders in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor and never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Limitless is end of space. Likewise, limitless are living beings, thus limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. And just to really add on to the generation of bodhicitta, maybe also recite the four immeasurables. May all beings enjoy happiness and the causes of happiness. May I cause them to be happy. May all beings be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May I cause them to be free of suffering. May all beings never be apart from the supreme bliss, which is free of all suffering. May I cause them never to be apart from the supreme bliss. May all sentient beings live in the great equanimity, free from the attachment and aversion that keeps some close and others distant. May I cause them to live in great equanimity, free from attachment and aversion. So if we visualize in the space in front of us, our guru in the aspect of Chenrezig. If you have had the initiations, please feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just visualize the guru in the space in front or above the crown of your head. If you're joining us from a different path of faith, just visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion. And if you're joining us from a spiritual path in which you feel uncomfortable visualizing deities, then just visualize a clear light in the space in front of you, above the crown of your head. And let that light be filled with love and compassion for all. Visualize how the light emanates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions. And each light beam finding one of the infinite number of sentient beings wherever they are, maybe sitting right next to you, at the furthest corners of the universe, and across the 6 realms. And if we want to liberate all beings in all realms, maybe we visualize all beings in the form of humans, so that they may be enlightened as quickly as possible. We visualize how the light enters their bodies through the crown of their heads, filling them with love and compassion and purifying essence, cleansing away all negative karma and delusions. Going right back, to beginning this time, right at the beginning. Yes, we can feel the purifying essence taking effect. All the dirt and muck of these lifetimes, that has sort of accumulated, burdening us down. We can feel that weight lifting, where we may have found ourselves crawling on all fours. We can now stand up again. We can breathe freely. Wash off the dust and dirt. Just feel rejuvenated. And holding on to that joyful feeling of that rejuvenation, being able to let go of all the past negative karma, rediscovering our Buddha nature that is inert. We rejoice. We wish for all sentient beings to live in that state as well. And we recognize it's through the actions of our body, speech, and mind that we have caused so much pain and suffering, not just to other sentient beings, but in return to ourselves. So we ask for forgiveness. And we call upon them to join us in taking refuge in the Guru, so that they too may find the liberation. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having called on Mother Sentient Beings to join us in taking refuge in the Guru is pleased. And as the Guru smiles, we can feel the purifying essence intensifying, burning away even more of the negative karma and delusions. And as we're being filled with that loving light, we can feel how we begin to glow atom by atom, the spaces between those atoms. And the more is being cleansed away, the brighter we shine, and we start to exchange ourselves with the Guru, sending light back and receive. And ultimately, we also exchange ourselves with all other sentient beings. We all exchange with the Guru, we become one with the Guru, we become one with all other sentient beings. We become one source of compassion and love. We become all one in Buddha nature. And collectively we shine brighter than ever before, shining in the darkness like a beacon, providing a way out for those who are still lost in the darkness. And again, we remember it's due to the actions of body, speech, and mind represented by Om that we have caused so much trouble for beings in ourselves. But Om also represents the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Gurus. In order to transform, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padma, combine them in Om, so that we may be of benefit, maximum benefit to all mother sentient beings. So as we recite the Mani mantra, we keep on visualizing how we exchange ourselves with all those beings and the Guru, and how more and more beings join us in a pure state, and how we're being cleansed more and more ourselves. Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May we visualize ourselves now as pure, and pure in the essence of the Guru, and holding on to the pure state. We're now reciting the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer. May all sentient beings who are sick be restored to good health. May those who've passed beyond be reborn under favorable conditions. May all those who suffered hardships by other means and causes of the pandemic and other sources of suffering be given whatever resources are required to establish themselves free from suffering and enjoy the happiness that is free of suffering. We recite the prayer 3 times, and again, we use the number 3, whatever meaning you wish to attach to each recitation. But if you think about 3, the suffering of the body, the suffering of the speech, the suffering of the mind, we can do it this way. You may wish to recite one version just in general on those 3 points for the sentient beings. You may wish to recite, one to dedicate to your gurus. You may dedicate maybe to friends and family. That is up to you. But whatever you do, try to put meaning to the recitations. Don't just recite the words. Make them count for something. That's the important bit. And make it true with love and compassion for whoever you recite. May all the diseases that sad the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 with spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names therefore beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So final recitation. Really, really, really from the bottom of your heart with the purest of intentions. What we're trying to do now is really burn away all the seeds that create the suffering. Well, we're focusing on the tiny bit of a seed because it rises from the seed. Suffering rises from the smallest point. Just like a shrub, a tree starts from a seed. it might look prettier and, more rewarding to just trim the hedge. But if we don't want the hedge, just trimming the hedge won't do. If you prune the trees, if you want to remove it, you have to go right down, and make sure, you deal with the small bit, not having to let it regrow. I think you keep sometimes mentioning Japanese knotweed. You're trying to get it out, you leave the tiniest piece in the ground and it spreads like wildfire again. So we really want to destroy those root causes. May all the diseases that sad the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grasping illness and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits and suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Let's visualize now that that if you have recited correctly and the merit that we collected as a community have taken effect, if we've done it correctly, that all the root causes have been destroyed. And again, if you do the smaller details, we still may see, the debris lying in the garden, from hedge trimming. So that still needs tidying up. So it's not just walking around and putting weed killer down and hope for the best, and then hope the garden sorts itself out. So we still have a responsibility to carry on and tidy up. Let's have a quick look. Okay, got a few more minutes, that's fine. May we dedicate to all sentient beings. May all other sentient beings be free from suffering and its causes. May they enjoy happiness that is free of suffering. And may they live long and healthy lives and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we be cause for them to achieve this. May we dedicate to the Sangha community, not just our own, but all traditions. May we be grateful for these wonderful beings to engage diligently in studies, leading teachings, carrying out translations, and being involved in various projects. May they never be separated from the Dharma and virtuous friends. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. And may we enjoy their presence in this and in all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the precious lay community who so wholeheartedly supports the Sangha in many different ways, by offering time and expertise to run and support activities at centers and events, for offering financial means to ensure that projects can be realized and centers, cost met. May they never be separated from the Dharma, the community, and virtuous friends. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible and live long and healthy lives in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate particularly to our Gurus, who so generously guided us along the way when we took our first steps on the path. And if we think about Lama Zopa, how he put us into place to practice these prayers every Saturday, for the benefit of all sentient beings, engaging us in a much more deeper level with these practices, so that we actually create benefit. May they live long and healthy lives, and if they haven't done so already, achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we benefit from their presence in this and all future lifetimes. May we in particular dedicate to His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, who 62 years in exile has never given up on preaching dialogue and compassion over violence. May His Holiness the wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may we see him one day be reunited with his people in Tibet. May His Holiness live long, and may we benefit from his presence in this and all future lifetimes. Due to all the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all war, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in one's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. The long life prayers for His Holiness in Lama Zopa. Gangri rawe kuwe shingam di pennan dewa malu jongwe ne Chenrezig wan tenzing yatsu yi shape site badu thank you ho chi. Tüptül shangjing yang gelwe tenzing kumpelwe kunzo dokpo tse choksom kewe lek mun tudru padak sok dilje göndu shapten sho. Thank you, everyone who joined us in this session. If you joined us in the previous session, you just arrived to join our lovely Spanish contingent. Thank you very much for all your continued support. Thank you very much to Chenrezig for hosting us so diligently. Fabius in the background was there. Paloma is there. Bengolia, hello. And hello, everyone. And I think I've seen Jeannie was online. Hello, Jeannie. And whoever else I just missed out, I do apologize. So I hope everything is well. Your end?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. Always smiling, you see. You have plenty to smile about. In case you haven't heard, our wonderful Spanish crew, they did a wonderful translation of His Holiness's. There you go. You see, I should be Dharma advertising, charging for it. Merit, 3 merits. No, anyway, no, wonderful project. Well done, all. So, what a wonderful, wonderful achievement. So, we're proud of you. So thank you very much. I hand over to you, Paloma.
Thank you, dear. Take care.
Catch you later. Bye-bye.
Chao, bye-bye, dear. Bueno, pues un saludo a las venerables y al venerable. And thank you, Chenrezig Institute, whoever is there today. Y también un saludo a los que os unís a esta práctica maravillosa de Chenrezig. Algunos de vosotros estamos desde qué hora? De las 5:30. Es que estamos dormidos. La verdad es esa, que estamos dormidos. Y bueno, y sé que algunos vais a estar practicando hoy bastante. Por todas partes hay Dharma maravilloso en todos los centros, o sea que genial. Vale, pues vamos a hacer esta práctica de Thangtong Gyalpo con las oraciones de Chenrezig, ¿vale? Voy a sacarla, la tengo por aquí a mano. Sí, fantástico, muy bien. Bueno, pues vamos a estar unos momentos en silencio y así generar una buena actitud y dar una buena dirección a la práctica que arrancamos. Y conscientes de la situación tan dolorosa que tantos y tantos están atravesando, ya no solamente en los reinos inferiores, por supuesto siempre también en el mundo humano, pero ya veis que cada vez es más difícil mirar a otro lado, es más evidente el sufrimiento que se experimenta, la situación tan dolorosa que tantos pasan, ya sea aquí en este país como de nuestros países vecinos. Bueno, pues son la base para el desarrollo de la compasión y es gracias a la compasión que podemos derrocar al principal enemigo, la actitud egocéntrica y su raíz de la ignorancia que se aferra al yo. Entonces, ya que nosotros sí tenemos la oportunidad de hacer este trabajo y esta oportunidad nos viene gracias a los seres, ahora es nuestra ocasión de devolver, de hacer algo por los demás. El haber encontrado el Dharma, especialmente el Dharma Mahayana, el haber encontrado el Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, los diferentes maestros, es algo extraordinario. Y tenemos que seguir creando las causas para que continuamente ser guiadas por los Budas que se manifiestan como nuestros maestros, y para ello tenemos que poner en práctica sus enseñanzas. Y bueno, pues manteniendo a todos los seres en nuestro corazón, conscientes de su situación y con nuestro deseo de poder ofrecerles la ayuda que necesitan, la inspiración, la guía, abrimos nuestro corazón a las tres joyas que están en el espacio frente a nosotros, en el aspecto de Guru Chenrezig, ya sea 1000 brazos, 4 brazos, con lo que quiera que estemos más familiarizados, y tomamos refugio. Todos los seres, vastos como el espacio, y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema, buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres, vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora y hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora y hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro y buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Tomamos refugio en la asamblea de los maestros espirituales, las deidades de meditación y las dakinis, y tomamos refugio en la claridad vacía de nuestra propia mente, el Dharmakaya. Entonces ahora al recitar el mantra de Chenrezig, siendo uno con nuestros maestros, visualizamos que desde las sílabas ri en su corazón se irradia una potente luz que llega a todos y cada uno de los seres. Piensa tanto en los cercanos a ti que están experimentando diversos tipos de problemas, como a los que están afligidos ahora en los hospitales o en sus casas. También a todos los que están experimentando el terror de las guerras, de los conflictos bélicos, el terror del hambre, abandonando sus países sin casi ninguna esperanza de vida. Entonces, la luz y la energía de la compasión y sabiduría de Chenrezig llega a todos y cada uno, disipando los obstáculos y el karma acumulado que lleva a ese tipo de experiencias. Va limpiando la actitud egocéntrica, los engaños, su raíz, la ignorancia, y de esta forma va colmándonos de esas cualidades de la mente compasiva y omnisciente. Entonces recitamos el mantra unas cuantas veces juntos. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. 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 Seguimos recitando el mantra en silencio, manteniendo esa presencia de Guru Chenrezig y su luz que nos purifica tanto a nosotros como a todos los seres. Y abramos nuestro corazón, sintámonos conmovidos, pongámonos en el lugar de los seres afligidos por los diferentes sufrimientos, desesperados, angustiados, y como al recibir esta energía de Chenrezig, sus mentes se apaciguan, su corazón se llena de placidez, de bienestar, y van limpiando totalmente lo que les ha llevado a los seres a experimentar los diversos sufrimientos. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Piensa que los seres se han impregnado de la energía compasiva, luminosa del Guru Chenrezig. Y hacemos las oraciones a Thangtong Gyalpo. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y las condiciones temporales, tales como... espera, que me he perdido. Como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de las enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si les colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente y por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos, privando al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar, por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Segunda repetición. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de las enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Y puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si les colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos, privando al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar, por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Siguiente repetición y última. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y las condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritu, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de las enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero y que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si les colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte, y puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. y puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos, privando al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, por el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Entonces visualizamos, hacemos la oración a Guru Chenrezig. Oh Aria de ojos compasivos, tesoro de compasión, por favor préstame atención. Te ruego que me guíes a mí y a todos los padres y madres de los 6 reinos para ser rápidamente liberados por el gran océano del samsara. Te suplico que pueda crecer la mente del despertar inigualable, vasta y profunda. Con las lágrimas de tu gran compasión, por favor, limpia todos mis engaños y karma. Por favor, condúcenos con tus manos compasivas a mí y a los errantes a los campos de gozo. Por favor, Amitabha y Chenrezig, sed nuestros amigos virtuosos en todas nuestras vidas. Mostradnos bien el camino puro e inequívoco y llevadnos rápidamente al estado de Buda. Entonces visualizamos que Guru Chenrezig acepta nuestra súplica y complacido se disuelve en luz y se absorbe en todos y cada uno de los seres, limpiando totalmente los miedos, los oscurecimientos, el karma negativo, la ignorancia. Y nuestras mentes, las de todos los seres, se funden en la naturaleza pura de Guru Chenrezig, su sagrada mente. Y nos determinamos a no poner obstáculos a que se irradie la bondad, la compasión, la sabiduría, que contagie, que impregne todas nuestras acciones de cuerpo, palabra y mente. Recitamos 7 veces el mantra del Logyoma. Om Pizzasi Parnasawari Sarvasara Prasamanaye Soha. 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 Y nos regocijamos de toda la virtud acumulada por nosotros, por todos los compañeros, por tantos y tantos seres, especialmente en este periodo de Sakadawa, y todos los méritos acumulados por seres comunes y seres santos, tanto los del pasado, presente, como los que acumularemos en el futuro, y hacemos las dedicaciones. Y podemos empezar con Venerable Drolma.
Que a través de estos méritos puedan todas las causas que hemos creado para vivir esta época degenerada sean totalmente purificados y que la pandemia cese completamente, especialmente en India, en Nepal, que el monasterio de Copan sea totalmente protegido y funcione muy pronto en la normalidad, que todos los deseos de nuestros maestros se cumplan espontáneamente y de forma fácil y rápidamente.
Millones de gracias. Venerable Begoña.
Sí, pues quiero dedicar los méritos para todo lo que está pasando en el estrecho, todas estas miles de personas, incluso niños pequeños que se han lanzado al agua y que se han lanzado simplemente por una arenga absurda que no tiene nada que ver con las personas, sino simplemente por la política. A llegar a nuestras costas en unas situaciones penosas y a veces encontrar la muerte. Hay muchísimo niño pequeñito de 7 y 8 años que quiere volver a casa y que no saben qué está pasando. Entonces, por todas estas situaciones de los refugiados que son tan tremendas y que tienen difícil solución, pues para que los países sean empáticos y comprendan que hay que encontrar soluciones. políticas y sociales.
Bien, gracias. Venerable Fabio.
Pues yo dedico para que pronto podamos recibir enseñanzas de manera presencial de nuestros gurús, de su santidad, de Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, del resto de nuestros maestros, que visiten nuestros centros, que nosotros podamos ir donde ellos y así que nuestras mentes reciban sus bendiciones y enseñanzas.
Fenomenal. Bueno, pues nos unimos en estas dedicaciones y que pueda todos los países, todas las instituciones tener los medios para atender a los seres, tanto en relación a la pandemia como en cuanto a los medios de vida, y también especialmente, como decía Venerable Begoña, el drama terrible de la inmigración. También dedicamos por el conflicto eterno, Siria, Siria por supuesto también, y Palestina, Israel. Y bueno, que podamos desarrollarla preciosísimamente la bodhicitta, la que no haya surgido, que surja y crezca, y que la que ya ha nacido aumente más y más y nunca degenerar, que podamos lograr la budeidad para el beneficio de todos los seres, que los que han fallecido o estén en los reinos inferiores puedan obtener nacimientos en tierras puras donde logren la iluminación, o en renacimientos humanos perfectos, encontrar maestros Mahayana plenamente cualificados, que impartan el Dharma inequívoco y llevando a cabo aquello que complace la sagrada mente de los maestros, logren rápidamente la iluminación. Que tanto nuestros centros de Dharma como las diferentes instituciones que ayudan a los seres tengamos continuamente todas las condiciones propicias a nivel humano, material humano y espiritual para seguir ofreciendo la ayuda a los seres. Y dedicamos por la larga vida de nuestros maestros, sin los cuales la humanidad y los seres estaríamos perdidos. En la tierra rodeada de montañas nevadas, tú eres la fuente de todo bien y felicidad, poderoso Chenrezig Tenzin Gyalpo, que llevas una vida larga hasta que finalice el samsara. Tú que mantienes el camino moral del soyugador, que sirves como el generoso que lo soporta todo, sosteniendo, preservando y extendiendo la victoriosa doctrina de Manjunat, que llevas a cabo oraciones magníficas que honran a las tres joyas, Salvador mío y los demás, tus discípulos, te lo ruego, ten una vida larga. Y hacer vuestras dedicaciones particulares. Y bueno, os recuerdo que esta tarde a las 9 tenemos una magnífica oportunidad de volver a reunirnos con Venerable Fabioski y eso, que os esperamos. Y bueno, pues muchas gracias a todos, tanto los que habéis estado en YouTube como a Begoñita, Tustendrolma, etcétera. Y hello, Cristiana, ¿cómo va?
No.
¿Cómo estás, Cristiana?
Wow, still good, miracle. Yeah, okay.
Bueno,
And
decir,
you, how
no,
is
dice,
it?
todavía estoy bien.
Sorry?
We are okay. I'm okay, and also I think, ¿no? Estáis bien vosotros también, ¿verdad, Begoña?
Gracias.
Okay.
Vacunados, ya vacunados y todo.
She already, Venerable Begoña, she already received the 2 vaccines, you know? She already is quite good. Myself, 1.
Eso por vieja.
Okay, dears, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Gracias, Paloma.
Adiós. Sí.
Hasta la noche, chicas.
Adiós, Drolma
Bye, bye.
y Bego. Ciao.
Ciao.
Va bene,
Allora.
cominciamo la nostra sessione in italiano. Sappiamo che le cose stanno andando piuttosto male dal punto di vista della pandemia e questa è un'occasione per noi per rendere più autentica la nostra pratica. Quando pratichiamo non è perché ci aspettiamo magie. Cioè, ora noi stiamo facendo una maratona che ha molto potere, non solo perché è benedetta dall'ispirazione di Lama Zopa Rinpoche e altri Lama, ma anche perché stiamo concentrando le nostre energie come gruppo, come assemblea di praticanti, e quindi l'energia c'è, ma non per questo il karma maturato non porta conseguenze. Questa pandemia è l'espressione di karma prodotto in passato, che ora matura come conseguenza collettiva, che inasprisce i già gravissimi problemi che sono sempre stati in atto in questi anni. Cioè sappiamo, ci sono sempre stati problemi di disparità tra paesi ricchi e paesi poveri, problemi di guerre in cui intere popolazioni sono state massacrate, umiliate e tutte queste cose. Questi problemi ci sono sempre stati, la pandemia li esaspera. Allora il punto è che se la situazione sembra peggiorare, questo è un motivo per noi per andare a fondo rispetto alla nostra pratica. Ripeto quello che ho detto prima, non è che praticando si risolvono i problemi dell'ambiente, i problemi dei conflitti planetari, i problemi dei conflitti individuali. Non è che praticando si risolvono questi conflitti, praticando si ottiene il miglioramento delle nostre condizioni mentali rispetto al progetto di ottenere la completa liberazione dalla sofferenza per noi e per tutti gli altri. È un processo lungo. È vero che c'è l'illuminazione istantanea, ma se proviamo adesso a praticare per ottenere, perché tutti gli esseri ottengano l'illuminazione in questo stesso istante, ci accorgiamo che questo può succedere solo in rapporto alla nostra visione. I Buddha ci vedono l'aspetto illuminato della nostra mente, noi non lo vediamo. Non lo vediamo perché appunto non abbiamo praticato abbastanza a fondo. Allora, questa mezz'oretta che faremo, unita al resto delle sessioni che compongono questa compatta maratona, deve avere questo scopo, ok? Deve avere lo scopo di permetterci di vedere tutto ciò che appare come espressione di purezza. E questo è l'occhio del Buddha che lo può vedere. Quindi quello che vogliamo con questa pratica è ottenere il perfetto risveglio, altrimenti se continuiamo a vedere brutture, diciamo così, produrremo noi stessi un contributo per le brutture. La nostra visione non pura, la nostra visione oscurata, scoraggiata, afflitta, risentita, perché c'è anche molto conflitto sociale in rapporto a questa storia della pandemia. Questa nostra visione è un contributo molto, molto concreto alla continuità della sofferenza in noi e in tutti. Praticando cerchiamo di smantellare, di dissolvere questa visione oscurata. Ok, adesso cominciamo. Stavolta faremo pratica essenzialmente sul rifugio e sulle benedizioni verso tutti gli esseri. Aspettate che metto la condivisione schermo. Ok. Immaginiamo insieme a noi tutti gli infiniti esseri senzienti. non solo gli esseri umani che sono l'oggetto principale della nostra preoccupazione, pandemia o non pandemia, non solo gli esseri umani, ma gli esseri viventi, gli insetti, gli animali, quelli belli, quelli brutti, quelli rapaci, quelli pericolosi, quelli innocui, i pesci, gli uccelli, gli spiriti, cioè gli esseri che hanno un corpo più sottile del nostro e quindi noi non li vediamo, li chiamiamo spiriti, ma comunque hanno una individualità. Gli esseri che a causa di karma positivo hanno trovato temporanea sistemazione, piuttosto lunga ma temporanea, non definitiva, in quelli che noi potremmo definire paradisi, cioè posti dove non ci sono conflitti, dove non c'è fame, dove c'è armonia, c'è un ambiente piacevole, eccetera. E pensiamo anche agli esseri che a causa del loro karma hanno trovato sistemazione provvisoria, cioè non definitiva, ma comunque molto lunga, in dimensioni di estrema sofferenza, quelli che noi in genere chiamiamo esseri infernali. Se è vero che l'inferno è solo una creazione della nostra mente, è anche vero che le creazioni della nostra mente possono essere molto resistenti, molto massicce e molto prolungate. Quindi pensiamo a tutti questi esseri vicino a noi, intorno a noi, così come ognuno di noi che stiamo facendo questa pratica adesso, così come tutti coloro che guidano queste mezz'ore una dopo l'altra, così come tutti gli esseri che vogliono trasformare la loro mente nel sentiero, così anche questi altri esseri che non sono esplicitamente impegnati in un sentiero di liberazione, tutti vogliamo, indistintamente, tutti vogliamo liberarci dalla sofferenza e ottenere la felicità. Perciò tutti abbiamo la condizione adatta per prendere rifugio. Cioè vogliamo liberarci dalla paura e ottenere la felicità. Vogliamo un rifugio a tutti. Ora, il punto è che chi si è liberato dalla sofferenza e ha ottenuto l'onniscienza, cioè chi ha ottenuto il perfetto risveglio, che ha ottenuto lo stato illuminato di Buddha, lo ha fatto esclusivamente per essere il nostro oggetto di rifugio. Non c'è nessun altro motivo per cui un Buddha sia un Buddha, e ci sono i Buddha, ci sono perché c'è la continuità del prodursi di cause e condizioni virtuose fino a che queste non maturano nello stato completamente liberato e onnisciente. Allora si diventa Buddha, si è un Buddha solo in base allo scopo, alla spinta di aiutare gli altri. Quindi noi che cerchiamo rifugio ce l'abbiamo. C'è chi lo sa con un po' più di chiarezza e c'è chi non lo sa con abbastanza chiarezza. Ma tutti vogliamo liberarci dalla sofferenza e ottenere la felicità. I Buddha sono coloro che hanno i perfetti mezzi per liberarci dalla sofferenza e farci ottenere la felicità. Quindi di fatto il rifugio è una condizione universale. La nostra consapevolezza del rifugio può variare, per esempio la mia consapevolezza del rifugio, essendo io, anche se monaca, una persona ordinaria che non ha la realizzazione della vacuità, la mia è molto più rozza rispetto alla realizzazione del rifugio dei miei maestri realizzati, Sua Santità il Dalai Lama, eccetera. Quindi non devo pensare che siccome io so cos'è il rifugio, per esempio un serial killer non lo sa. lo sa di meno, io lo so leggerissimamente di più. Sua Santità il Dalai Lama lo sa in modo compiuto. Tutti vogliamo il rifugio, ok? Bene. Ora lo esprimiamo in forma un po' meno un po' meno articolata, un po' più rituale, ma appunto poi mediteremo su questo. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Maestro Buddha. Questo significa che ci sono adesso in questo pianeta, vicino a noi, accessibili a noi, maestri che veicolano la capacità del Buddha di dare rifugio. Ci sono. E sono accessibili a noi, tanto più adesso. Prima ci dovevamo fare dei viaggi, spendere un sacco di soldi, adesso sono online, quindi non abbiamo scuse. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Maestro Buddha. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Maestro Buddha. Specifichiamo che cos'è questo rifugio. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nell'insegnamento del Buddha e nell'assemblea di coloro che praticano l'insegnamento del Buddha, perché il Buddha di per sé, se lo vediamo come persona distinta da noi, non potrebbe avere nessuna capacità di aiutarci, è un altro. Cioè ci può dare sollievo con qualche mezzo, anche potente, ma non può cambiare il nostro karma. Solo noi possiamo cambiare il nostro karma, solo noi. E come facciamo a cambiare il nostro karma? Ascoltando gli insegnamenti di chi l'ha già cambiato. Quindi il vero rifugio sono gli insegnamenti del Buddha, non la sua persona, non è un papà. Molti di noi hanno un ottimo papà e non per questo sono liberi dalla sofferenza. Chi poi il papà non ce l'ha, perfetto, ha qualche problema in più, ma la condizione di fondo non cambia. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, che sono i suoi insegnamenti, e nella comunità che li applica e li ha realizzati fino ad ottenere la visione diretta della mancanza di vera esistenza, di esistenza intrinseca del sé e dei fenomeni. Prendiamo rifugio quindi, traducendo in formula, nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei maestri, non solo nel nostro maestro, e non solo non nel nostro maestro, ma in tutti i maestri, ma prendiamo rifugio nei maestri che esistono indipendentemente se il nostro karma è già maturato in modo che ne incontriamo direttamente qualcuno, oppure se dobbiamo ancora lavorare al nostro karma per poter avere un contatto diretto con i maestri, con un maestro, con più maestri. Quindi prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei maestri. Questo significa anche che abbiamo fiducia che noi li incontreremo se non li abbiamo ancora incontrati. Prendiamo rifugio nelle divinità meditative. Ora poi faremo appunto la pratica di una divinità meditativa. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea delle dakini. Le dakini sono le messaggere transpersonali, si potrebbe dire. Sono coloro che ci portano come messaggio dei lampi di illuminazione del Buddha, dei lampi di aiuto del Buddha. Sono il tramite tra l'energia illuminata che ha riconosciuto pienamente la mancanza di vera esistenza del sé dei fenomeni, che ha realizzato la perfetta compassione. Sono il tramite, dicevo, tra questa energia e quella di noi che ci ostiniamo a voler pensare di essere da un'altra parte rispetto alla luce, rispetto alla perfetta compassione, rispetto alla vacuità. Loro sono il tramite, infrangono qualunque tipo di ostacoli. La Dakini non ha barriere, non ha confini. Quindi noi prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea delle Dakini. Le Dakini sono femminili perché sono madre. La madre è l'origine di tutte le nostre realizzazioni nel sentiero in questa vita. La madre è il miracolo. Quindi, ripetiamo ancora 2 volte, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini. Infine, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Cioè prendiamo rifugio in ciò che non può fallire, cioè non può fallire nel donarci la liberazione dalla sofferenza, cioè la natura fondamentale della nostra mente, chiara, luminosa, conoscitrice, eppure vuota di vera esistenza. Questa natura della nostra mente è completamente incontaminata, non è stata corrotta da qualunque difetto, da qualunque problema, da qualunque azione terribile noi possiamo aver compiuto nelle vite passate o qualunque azione di cui ci tormentiamo, anche se non è così poi terribile, che abbiamo compiuto in questa vita. Questa natura incontaminata, intatta, ci garantisce che otterremo la liberazione da tutte le sofferenze, lo stato del perfetto risveglio e l'onniscienza. Quindi, ancora 2 volte, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Mentre abbiamo praticato questa presa di rifugio, anche se ce ne siamo dimenticati per un secondo, nell'impegno di capire come riflettere, ricordiamoci adesso di nuovo che questa presa di rifugio l'abbiamo fatta insieme a tutti gli esseri senzienti. Gli esseri umani, gli animali, gli spiriti, gli esseri dei paradisi mondani, gli esseri degli inferni mondani. L'abbiamo fatta insieme a tutti loro, perché la potenzialità è comune, perché i Buddha aiutano indistintamente tutti a trovare rifugio, non solo noi che facciamo un po' i bigottelli del Dharma e pensiamo di avere qualcosa di speciale. I Buddha aiutano tutti in forme e strutture diverse. Quindi ricordiamoci adesso di nuovo, visualizziamo tutti gli esseri senzienti. Per facilità possiamo visualizzarli in forma di esseri umani, per facilità di visualizzazione, però sappiamo che sono esseri di tutti gli universi, di infinite dimensioni, di infinite caratteristiche. Bene, ora immaginiamo la qualità illuminata della compassione di tutti i Buddha. I Buddha ovviamente hanno tante qualità illuminate, mica solo la compassione, l'amore, il potere, la saggezza, tantissime qualità illuminate. Ma noi ora ci focalizziamo sul loro aspetto compassionevole e lo raffiguriamo come Buddha Avalokitesvara, di colore bianco, con un volto e per ora 2 braccia. Ci sono molte forme. Queste sono rappresentazioni, diciamo così, allegoriche. Rappresentano tutti i Buddha in uno, quindi possono prendere forme diverse. Non sono la forma del continuum individuale di un Buddha. Sono la rappresentazione di tutti i continuum individuali come compassione. Quindi noi adesso facciamo questa rappresentazione in omaggio alle visioni dei maestri puri. Un volto, due braccia, corpo bianco, luminosissimo, un corpo sottile, trasparente, non è un corpo grossolano, ostruente, non è un corpo ostruente. Buddha Avalokitesvara è ricoperto di sete e gioielli, è seduto a 2 metri di distanza da noi, nello spazio all'altezza della nostra fronte, ci guarda con grande piacere, grande amore, è felicissimo, cioè proprio mostra tutta la felicità che dipende dal fatto che noi ci rifugiamo nella compassione dei Buddha. Tutti noi, tutti gli infiniti esseri si rifugiano nella compassione dei Buddha. Dai pori del suo corpo si emanano infiniti raggi di luce che vanno a toccare il corpo di tutti gli infiniti esseri, compreso il nostro, entrano in questi corpi, li purificano con questa luce che pervade tutto, anche i canali di energia sottile, anche i canali mentali, quindi anche i chakra della mente, eccetera. E purificano da tutti i difetti, karma negativo accumulato, limitazioni, scoraggiamento, malattie, purificano tutto e ci donano tutte le qualità positive che ci consentono di progredire rapidamente nel sentiero e arrivare all'illuminazione. Mentre facciamo questa visualizzazione, per tenere una connessione ancora più solida con l'energia illuminata della compassione di tutti i Buddha in forma di Buddha Avalokitesvara, recitiamo le sue sacre parole, il suo mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Continuiamo in silenzio, a voce sussurrata, più veloci. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Ora consolidiamo questa pratica pensando che tutti abbiamo ricevuto tutto ciò che ci serviva per ottenere la perfetta liberazione dalla sofferenza e lo stato risvegliato. Ora cominciamo le dediche, questa molto potente del Mahasiddha, del grande praticante Thangtong Gyalpo. Con questa dedica i monaci di un monastero anticamente afflitto da una epidemia erano guariti, quindi questa dedica ha un certo potere. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti gra, dalle malattie, dai bhuta e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza che ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che, come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il semplice suono dei cui nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, dai 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, dalle 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano corpo e mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che corpo e mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru e dei 3 rari e supremi, Buddha, Dharma e Sangha, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Bene, adesso recitiamo le dediche generali che ovviamente valgono in tutti i casi, non soltanto per questa pratica che facciamo, ma non per questo sono meno importanti. Cioè, se noi non dedichiamo per ottenere le condizioni perfette per aiutare gli altri, il nostro aiuto avrà un corto raggio. Non solo, ma anche il karma positivo che adesso abbiamo appena accumulato in modo puro potrebbe disperdersi in risultati positivi mondani, cioè molto limitati, insufficienti rispetto a ciò che vogliamo, cioè liberare gli esseri dalla sofferenza. Quindi ora facciamo queste dediche generali. Possa la preziosa suprema bodhicitta che non è ancora sorta sorgere, quella sorta possa non declinare ma accrescersi sempre più. Bodhicitta è la mente dell'illuminazione che, per il beneficio degli esseri, ci spinge a realizzare la vacuità di esistenza intrinseca e quindi la vacuità della sofferenza. In tutte le mie vite, non essendo mai separato dai maestri perfetti, possa io godere del magnifico Dharma e, completando le qualità di terreni e sentieri, possa io ottenere lo stato di Buddha Vajradhara, il Buddha primordiale. Ora, va bene, ancora questa, così come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco, il vento, le medicine e gli alberi della foresta, possa io sempre essere usufruito, utilizzato da tutti gli esseri senzienti come vogliono loro, senza fare alcuna resistenza. Ora facciamo le preghiere per 2 manifestazioni di Buddha Avalokitesvara in questa terra, in carne ed ossa, Sua Santità il Dalai Lama, che viva a lungo e possa continuare a aiutare gli esseri, e Lama Zopa Rinpoche, stesso scopo. Tu sei il gioiello che soddisfa tutti i desideri, sei la sorgente di qualunque beneficio e felicità in questo mondo. Incomparabilmente gentile supremo Tenzin Gyatso, possa tu avere lunga vita e i tuoi santi desideri essere spontaneamente soddisfatti. Infine, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, sua lunga vita, tu che sostieni la moralità del soggiocatore, che servi come potente sostenitore di tutto, tu che supporti, preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa dei Mangiusri, tu che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre gioielli, salvatore di me stesso e degli altri tuoi discepoli, ti prego, vivi a lungo. Ok? Grazie, abbiamo finito. Venerable Tenzin Letron, it's your turn.
Hello, thank you very much.
Yeah, yes. Have a good practice, all of you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So here I am again from Bendigo. I connected this morning and it's wonderful to be connecting again because the world needs it. As I normally would have been in Sri Lanka, and I too consider myself very, very fortunate to be in Australia at this time, because without much support and country as it is, that has gone into lockdown again, not making decisions, decisive decisions. So people are very confused at this time, and the deaths are going up. So for me, it's gone from, COVID has gone from sort of something happening out there to people actually that I know are dying and affected. So this practice is very important for me. It's nothing like, personally being affected to actually bring the preciousness of the Dharma. And somehow we are still beginner practitioners. So for me to really be touched to the level of tragedy that is unfolding out there, it had to be this way. And I really, truly consider myself very fortunate to be by the stupa in Bendigo in Australia. And Australia has been very fortunate because of the early decisions that were made to lock down and protect everyone. We are doing very well. So I hope the government makes decisions to help the poorer countries and provide vaccination and whatever support they can. So thank you for joining for these prayers. We'll take a moment to generate a very sincere motivation for all of the beings that are suffering, particularly because we are doing these prayers for COVID patients, wherever they are in the world. Since last year, people who have passed away then and people who died recently, particularly the people of India right now, and Brazil, Sri Lanka, Nepal, and other places, that all the people who have passed and that are bardo beings right now, we do this practice for them as well. And all the relatives, families, friends who have incurring losses of their loved ones, losses of jobs, everything that they held dear, that their life support systems are now being turned off for most of the poor people. So we do this practice for them as well. And people who have been separated, even money is not very valuable because you cannot travel. So people have been separated from each other. And that is one of the sufferings we experience in samsara. So we also can think about them. And also, it is in a way that we think about the 6 realms, but 6 realms somehow have gotten immediately in this very realm at the moment. The Suras and Asuras put on a big show a few years ago. And now the hungry ghost realm, the Preta realm, it's just sort of unfolding in a way that we can all understand and relate to. But we think of all the seen and unseen beings in human form, and we go to refuge to Avalokiteshvara Chenrezig Buddha for these particular prayers. So all sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So, particularly concentrating on Chenrezig, Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva, above our heads with his 1,000 arms, facing the same way. And just imagining our immediate mother, father of this life, father, whether they are alive or dead, on our right, and the mother of this life on our left, and all our female relatives and friends on our left, and the male relatives, friends, people we know on our right. And extending from that, we can think about everyone else, all sentient beings, just surrounding us in all directions. And on each and every one of their heads, on top of their heads, there is Buddha Chenrezig. So we know that these difficulties we are currently encountering is very much our karma playing out. So we purify all of the negativities we have accumulated to experience these difficulties right now in this life and all the beginners' lives. We'll recite the Chenrezig mantra with this visualization and thinking from each Chenrezig, from every pore, there's nectar emanating as we recite the mantra and falling on top of all sentient beings, purifying all of their negativities of the body and mind, completely curing them of all these diseases, all other difficulties, all the negativities, things that have arisen and there is the causes to arise are being purified. So we'll do the Chenrezig mantra for several rounds. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. So we can imagine Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva just gathering all of the energy of all the Buddhas and Tathagatas of 3 times back to the Chenrezig heart and just dissipating and coming to the crown of every being and entering our hearts. Now we are completely purified of all our diseases, all the negativities, all the accumulated negative karma since beginningless time. Just imagine all sentient beings, including ourselves, yourself, with a like a diamond body, clean, clear, like a crystal. There is no obscurations left at all. So it's so nice to see some of my country people from Sri Lanka. So welcome. Very nice to see you. And this is very especially for the people of the Far East. So in Sri Lanka as well. And so nice that you could join. So we'll do the actual prayer. So again, recalling our motivation that we are doing this to purify all the suffering beings, all the negative karma, and to lead them to enlightenment in the long run. For now, to cure them of these diseases and bring peace and happiness and conducive conditions for practice for all sentient beings. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and the guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. We'll do this 7 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of this world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we'll do the emptiness dedication. Due to the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of a Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exception into that enlightened state. May the supreme jewel bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to these infinite merits, may whatever suffering sentient beings have ripened upon me right now, may whatever happiness and virtue I have accumulated, including all the realizations of the path and the highest goal enlightenment, be received by each held being, preta, animal, human, asura, and sura right now. We can do His Holiness's long life prayer. In the land encircled by snow mountains, you are the source of all happiness and good. All-powerful Chenrezig, Tenzin Gyatso, please remain until samsara ends. And Lama Zopa Rinpoche's long life. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading the Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers, honoring the three jewels, savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So thank you very much for joining me, and let's keep up the prayers and practices. And I hope to see you again. And particularly big thank you to people from Sri Lanka that at such short notice that you were able to join me and do this practice. So I hope to see you again as well. And Teruan Saranai. Venerable Lucia.
Oh, ciao, ciao. Oh, Venerable Tenzin Lectron.
Yes.
You in which country is?
I'm in Australia, Bendigo.
Oh, Australia.
Australia. Yes.
Oh, oh so long way, but near. Earth is very near.
Where are you?
Italy.
Oh, Italy. Wonderful.
Italy.
Wonderful.
Yes. Thank you. Good luck for everything.
Thank you very much. Nice to meet you, Venerable.
Nice to meet you too. It's the first time I see you. Thank you. Ciao. Buongiorno.
Too many.
Buongiorno a tutti.
Buongiorno Lucia.
Buongiorno a tutte le persone che ci stanno seguendo. Io vedo soltanto Sabrina, Ilaria, Malitra e tutti gli altri che non vedo. Ciao a tutti. Ciao a tutti, bentornati a fare questo incontro insieme e quindi sono molto contenta di poter incontrarci ancora. Siamo ancora vive questa mattina ed è veramente, come dicono i nostri maestri, un miracolo di avere questo corpo umano e poter ancora accedere, diciamo, alle nostre qualità interiori, che sono delle qualità infinite, un infinito potenziale virtuoso che è dentro di noi e quindi questo infinito potenziale virtuoso è la nostra ricchezza, è il nostro tesoro, è il gioiello che esaudisce tutti i nostri desideri appena viene toccato. Appena noi abbiamo un piccolo sentimento, un piccolo pensiero nei confronti degli altri esseri senzienti, il nostro cuore immediatamente si apre e diventa come un preziosissimo tesoro che dona ogni tipo di felicità. Quindi abbiamo questo tesoro nascosto e sapere che ce l'abbiamo e sapere anche come farlo funzionare, questo è una meraviglia dell'avere questa preziosa rinascita umana. E allora abbiamo solo mezz'ora di tempo, è così poco questo tempo che abbiamo insieme, però noi cerchiamo di sfruttarlo al meglio delle nostre possibilità. Quindi la nostra fonte di ispirazione è la nostra guida spirituale, il nostro maestro. Quindi pensiamo alla nostra guida spirituale, al nostro maestro, che è proprio all'altezza della nostra testa davanti a noi, e pensiamo che intorno a lui ci sono tutti gli altri esseri illuminati, santi, bodhisattva, dakali, dakini. Comunque, ecco, pensiamo che siamo circondati, lo spazio nel cielo intorno a noi, siamo circondati da esseri che ci stanno osservando e cercano di ispirarci, di darci energia virtuosa e positiva. Poi visualizziamo, cerchiamo di sentire il nostro padre a destra, nostra madre a sinistra, i nostri cari fratelli, sorelle, amici, figli, così sono tutti intorno a noi. Immaginiamo che tutto il pianeta, tutta la Terra è popolata da tutti gli infiniti esseri senzienti che hanno gli stessi problemi che abbiamo noi da risolvere. Desiderano la felicità, anche la più piccolissima, e non desidero nemmeno la più piccolissima della sofferenza. E in questo abbiamo visto che siamo tutti uguali. Quindi cerchiamo di avere questa visualizzazione e generiamo dentro di noi la motivazione. Qual è lo scopo della nostra vita? Qual è? Cerchiamo di avere questa visione dentro di noi. Qual è lo scopo della nostra vita? È solo la nostra felicità? Oppure è anche lo scopo, è anche la felicità degli altri? Pensiamo più a noi stessi o siamo propensi a pensare in termini di noi e non io, ma noi? Ecco, prendiamoci questo tempo e poi dal profondo del cuore dopo prendiamo rifugio, chiediamo che la nostra motivazione sia, diciamo, consolidata. Prendiamoci qualche minuto così. Ecco, adesso prendiamo dal profondo del nostro cuore, chiediamo agli esseri, al nostro maestro, agli esseri che ci stanno osservando, chiediamo energia ispiratrice perché tutta la nostra pratica sia in funzione di beneficiare tutti gli infiniti esseri. Tutti gli esseri senzienti che pervadono lo spazio prendono rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha.
Grazie infinito. Prendiamo
rifugio nell'assemblea del Guru, delle divinità di meditazione delle Dini. Prendiamo rifugio nella vuota chiarezza della nostra mente, il Dharma Kaya. Tutti gli esseri senzienti che pervadono lo spazio prendono rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea del Guru, delle divinità di meditazione delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella vuota chiarezza della nostra mente, il Dharma Kaya. Tutti gli esseri senzienti che pervadono lo spazio prendono rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea del Guru, delle divinità di meditazione e delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella vuota chiarezza della nostra mente, il Dharma Kaya.
Della nostra mente, il Dharma Kaya.
Ecco, adesso il nostro maestro, pieno di amore e compassione nei nostri confronti e nei confronti degli infiniti esseri, viene sulla sommità della nostra testa e poi diventa piccolo piccolo e scende dentro il nostro canale centrale, che è un canale psichico che è fatto di sostanze immateriali, e il suo corpo di natura immateriale, pensiamolo, fatto di atomi di luce brillante, che viene proprio a sedersi al centro del chakra del cuore, dove noi lo attendiamo con un bellissimo fior di loto, e il suo corpo pieno di luce viene a, diciamo, a diventare un tutt'uno con la nostra mente. Immaginiamo così, quindi il nostro petto si riempie di luce. Immaginiamo che anche tutti i pori del nostro corpo diventano tutti pieni di luce. Le nostre mani diventano piene di luce, anche i piedi, anche la nostra testa, tutto il nostro corpo. E poi recitiamo il mantra, questo mantra che ha un grande potere, di amore, compassione e saggezza, o mani per me, immaginando che questi raggi di luce escono e pervadono il corpo di tutti gli esseri che soffrono nell'esistenza ciclica, in particolare per questo problema che c'è in questo momento. Immaginiamo anche dove c'è la guerra, comunque questi raggi di luce toccano e danno guarigione. Guarigione in cosa? Guarigione nell'attitudine egocentrica, che pensa sempre di essere il migliore e quindi crea la guerra, crea conflitto. Immaginiamo che si pacifica questa attitudine egocentrata in se stessi, che è la fonte di tutti i problemi. Mentre recitiamo il mantra Mani Padme, cerchiamo di vedere questi raggi di luce che vanno proprio a toccare. Ci possiamo soffermare anche a vedere dove le persone dove vanno e così come qualcosa di attivo, di vivo, di vivido che sta accadendo, di alchemico. Mani Padme.